All right, chat. How you doing today? Hopefully you're doing well. I feel a little old. I feel a little old today. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I had a realization that I am now today, because today is technically the day after my birthday. Yesterday was the actual day, but I am now closer to 74 years old than I am to my birth, which you want to feel depressed like real quick. Do that math to yourself. Let me tell you, it's a great feeling. Highly recommend. Big shout out really quick to everyone that is watching on Kick. I appreciate you all, even TikTok, because Novels has been doing a lot of stuff on TikTok. So I was like, you know what, I should stream on there, because they are actually trying to push live stuff too. So trying to go that way too as well. So there we go. All right, let me check on chat. CyberJace, welcome to chat. Congrats on being first. Actually, wait. Technically, Alex was first. Wish me a happy belated birthday. The best gift you can give yourself. Birds of a Feather, easily top 5 solo game. Is that like an older game? I was looking that up while you said that. Is it from like 4 or 5 years ago? CyberJace, welcome to chat. Hopefully you're doing well. Thank you for the birthday wishes. 777 games. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I appreciate you. You got even older? Dang. I try not to, man. I try not to. I fail every single time. Every single time I fail. Can't win, man. Can't win. Hope you're doing well. Trevor, welcome to chat. Happy birthday, D21. I wish I was 21 again. Actually, I don't know if I do. My 20s were fine. 20s are fine. 30s are so far much better than my 20s. Except for the constant back pain. And like headaches. And muscle soreness. And aches and pains, generally speaking. And being close to the 70. But other than that, it's great. Josh, you guys are going happy anniversary of life. Let's go. LW's double streaming watching the World Series of Poker main event on YouTube. Dude, I remember watching the World Series of Poker when I was a kid. Like, I liked watching it. It was fun. It was cool to watch. I just fell out of it. I don't know why. Link, happy birthday. I appreciate you, dude. To quote 2 quarters or 5 dimes, go shorty. It's your birthday. Dude, I saw a story about how much of a hater 50 Cent is. I love the guy. But, like, he had beef. I don't know if it was with Ja Rule or someone like that. So he spent however many thousands of dollars to buy out the first, like, 5 rows of a Ja Rule concert, like, all the seats, and had no one show up. So it just looked more empty on the front rows. And it's like, I now understand why he got shot a bunch of times. Alex, thank you for the birthday wishes. I appreciate it. Peace now. How's it going? Hopefully you're doing well. Sean, welcome to chat. Be they shots on stream or else it's not your birthday? On your left, welcome to chat. No, I don't really do shots anymore. That was a thing I did in my 20s. I haven't done like a shot in a long time. Like, I'll have a glass of bourbon, which I guess technically it's a slow shot, but like a true shot I have not had in a long time. That's okay. Emerald Raider, welcome to chat. Thank you very much for the birthday wishes. When I heard we were closer to 2050 than 2000, I know, dude. It's weird to think about. I try not to. 38. I am now 37. 37. I'm closer to 102 than Bert. Don't feel too bad. Ugh. I feel you. Young. 12 second all right? Are you well, old man? I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Everything hurts. I'm doing all right. New son. Welcome to chat. Hope you're doing well. I'm closer to my death than my birth for what it's worth. Aren't we all? In a weird way. Sam, what's up, D20? Happy birthday. You don't look a day over 50. Y'all take it. There are some people, so I don't know if you all have these friends that like you went to like high school with or college with or whatever, and you're in your 30s or 40s, and like you look at yourself and you're just like, man, like I aged all right or whatever. But then you see those people, and like maybe you weren't friends with them, they were just like acquaintances or people you kind of knew of, and you're like, man, they ain't age great. And like a part of me feels bad because like some of it's genetics, but some of it's not. You know what I mean? Like people just don't take care of themselves, generally speaking. And like I don't either, so it's not. I'm not even judging. Like I'm terrible with it too, but like sometimes it makes you happy. It's like okay, at least I look a little bit better. Damn it, Laru, thank you for the follow over there on TikTok. No, on Kick, dude. I appreciate you. Thank you for the support. I'm closer to my. Oh no, I read that. Birds of a Feather was released in 2015. Dude, that's crazy. Also, Doc, thank you for the birthday. Why I just like skipped a whole section. Why is that? Doc, thank you for the birthday wishes. Thanks for being over there on Kick. Silver Dragon, thanks for the birthday wishes. Billy, welcome in chat. Happy birthday. Buy some packs to crack. I know, right? Should have. We have so many boxes to open too. Like we have a bunch of Lorcana. I think more Swoo stuff is on its way. I feel like there's something else too. Birds of a Feather was released in 2015. Okay. So 8. Oh wait, no, 10 years ago. Wow. Charlie, welcome in chat. Appreciate the birthday wishes. I got this blonde bombshell from Marvel Champions in front of me. What? Lil John says, I don't think Lil John can say that anymore because he's so just getting old. All of them are getting old. Fiddy's the most elaborate troller of all time. Dude, it's hilarious. Shot of prune juice. I could use that. I need that tip link. Which one? Or they pass away. You're only as old as you feel. I'm 51. I work outside and did back and chest today. You've got this. Appreciate that. Time Roller, what's up? I did go to the gym. So one of my sad hobbies in life is going to the gym, and that's not the sad part, right? I greatly enjoy the gym, but especially in the summer, they let the children come in for free. So the children that come in are allowed to, or 14 to 17 years old, and they just like take up all the machines and whatever. So today was leg day, so we got in the squat rack, and there was just like these like, I really hate when people like purposely like clack on the bars really hard and like slam them down the weights, because like it's just like, ugh. Like it's just take care of this stuff. Like I paid for this partially, like as did you, but well, they didn't, but I did, and I would like you to like, you know, take care of the things. So they were squatting, what were they doing? 90, so it'd be like 115. So they were squatting 115, and they're like acting all tough and whatever. And I'm walking in like an old guy, like, oh, my back hurts, like whatever. And every single time, like they'll kind of like scoff at you because like I'm older looking. It's like, ugh, what's he doing, you know? And I put 300 pounds on that bad boy and squatted it 10 times. And then I looked him dead in the eye. And then I just like died inside because I couldn't handle it. But yeah. And every single time you just like stick it to the children. Be like, your bodies are still developing. Get out of my way. My knees and my back are shot now. Oh well. But yeah, tomorrow will be bench press, and again, all the children will be there. So I backed the 2022 Birds of a Feather North America. I saw they had a few expansions for it. Is it worth getting them? Oh, you got Valkyrie. Oh, Cyber, how you loving it? The donate link. Does this work? Ah, yeah, it does work. There we go. Dan, thank you for birthday wishes, dude. I appreciate it. Children that comes in free. Where is this going? It's what Planet Fitness does. Planet Fitness every single time lets all their children in for free, and it drives us old people upset. Like, I don't get the marketing behind it. Like, there's no reason. Like, it's not like it benefits anyone. It doesn't benefit the place. Like, I assume they must get tax breaks for it, because that's the only way I can see it benefiting them, because they don't get money from them. They don't really like buy anything extra. They just use the machines and wear them down faster. Like, I don't understand what the strategy is. So there must be some crazy tax break that they get to like offset it all, but it's gotta be crazy. Because like, again, we go from like probably when I go to the gym is like in normal time is like 20 to 30 people. And now it's like 80 to 90 people. So it's way more than double are there just taking up stuff. So yeah, it just like I just don't understand. Like I just don't understand what the benefit would be. What gift did you treat yourself to for your birthday on your left? So you know what's funny is I was going to do that, right? I was going to get something for myself. And I was just like, I don't know if I really need anything right now. Really like would be nice, but like we just had the Steam summer sale. I bought Expedition 33. Holy cow, is it good? So that I took the day off of work and I literally played that and Stellar Blade all day today. That's all I did today. It was kind of sad, but kind of enjoyable. So yeah. John Lasagna, welcome to chat. Appreciate the birthday wishes. I said screw public gyms and started building a home gym. Been using Strong for 6 months. That's awesome. You know what? If Novels wasn't to use a public gym and she also wanted a home gym, then I would do it. But one, we don't really have a ton of space for it, but I would make room for it. But it just doesn't make sense if it's just like, if it was both of us, it would make sense. But you know what I mean? I mowed today and for some reason my ginger butt didn't put on sunscreen and I burnt. That's awesome. My left glute was strained most of last week. It was a real pain. That wasn't a joke. It was pain for real. Sitting down, standing up. Put my left sock on was brutal. Yeah. I mean, you all remember this. I had like huge left shoulder like issues going on. And I finally have gotten over it. So now it's time to go for a PR tomorrow. The snooty high school cheerleader is now 230 pounds plus. And the star quarterback is in jail. I know, right?
Happy birthday, D20. Don't spend it all in one place, unless it's on Marvel Champions or Gun, then go for it.
Or gun? Is that what you say, gun? Wait, did you really do gun? Well, I gotta see what the tip is. Or gun, then go for it. All right, Ling. I will get that $10 gun. Dude, thank you for the $10, dude. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I was looking at something else. 80 a day, you always need something? I know, right? Always need something. You know what's funny with like the snooty high school cheerleader and star quarterback and whatnot? Is that most of the football kids like grew up to be nothing, which like is kind of sad because I was friends with a bunch of them and they had these high ambitions. And
happy birthday. Missed the anniversary stream, so this makes up for it.
Ziggy, thank you for the $100 tip, dude. I appreciate that a lot, brother. Thank you. Really means a lot. And you missed the anniversary. That's all right. The anniversary stream will come back around sometime. But thank you for the support. That means a lot, dude. Thank you. But yeah, it's crazy because like I haven't gotten any high school reunions. Can get you a whole lot, God. There we go. That's what Ziggy's donating toward. They're like I haven't done any high school reunions, but like I run into people in my old town because my mom's there, my old friends are there, and whatever. And run into people, and it's just like some people you thought would do well in life just didn't, and vice versa. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if you all have that, and it's crazy. It's crazy. Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering. No, novels would kill me. I walked to my local game nerd store today and found Winter Soldier and Silk for $5 less than retail. Let's go. That's awesome. Planet Fitness is showing the children how cool the place is while they're on their parents' dime. But once they grow up, they got to start their own membership. I guess that's true. I guess that's the strategy. Evo, welcome in chat. Expedition 33 is absolutely fantastic. Happy birthday. I appreciate it. Dude, Expedition 33, like, I did not think it could live up to the hype. And then I played it and I'm like, oh my God, this is real. Like, the voice acting and the like facial expressions, because obviously they go a little over the top because like it's all scans and stuff. It's better than most Hollywood films. Like you could tell the actors like legit poured like their hearts into it. And I think that's what makes it so good. Because the story is I'm like 7-8 hours in, whatever it is. The story itself is kind of just like fine. Like we don't really know a lot yet, so it's fine. It's not bad, but like the acting behind it is just like it's crazy. Others by the FFJ's price increase. Game Nerds store said nah. Well, the Game Nerds online thing will say it's one price, and when you put it in your cart, it's a different price. It's really weird. D20 likes setting off that lunk alarm at Planet Fitness. Dude, I try. Nah, they don't do it. They don't do it for anyone at my Planet Fitness. I've never seen it go off, and I've asked them to. I pop in and folks are talking about being old and injured. I tore a bicep tendon a couple days ago. Ugh. The doctor actually told me, well, you are getting older. Dude, Laura. Ugh. Ugh. I played Final Fantasy 9 all day. I can relate to that. I was gonna jump back into that. The Echo team. Who is it? Sonata, whatever that mod group is almost done with the voice acting for it. That $100 can get you a whole lot again. You're welcome. I'll just tell the kids we can't eat this week. Yeah, haven't you ever had water soup? It's delicious. Or ice soup. Ice soup's a good option too if when they're tired of water soup. From what I've seen, high school football players either go to college full scholarship, then go pro, or go to college and become a coach staff member, or just Walmart grader. Yeah, we had a few that went to school like did legit things, but a lot of them like our quarterback can't read. Well, maybe he can now. I shouldn't judge him now, but he graduated high school with the ability not to read. Like he literally could not read a book or a sentence. Some words were tricky. And he wasn't that good at quarterback, so it was kind of weird that they kept like pushing him along because our backup quarterback was actually probably better. But they really liked our quarterback because they thought he was talented for whatever reason. So it was very, very weird. Gustav totally looks like Robert Pattinson. He kind of does, yeah. Yeah. I think I might be one of those kids. Story gets better and better. Hey, Bryce, how's it going? I just started Metaphor ReFantazio. Decent so far. Let me know as you go further. Evil, are you a Persona fan or no? Stretching while aging is a life hack, dude. My grandmother would stretch every single day her entire life. And like she died when she was 89, I think. 89 or 90. Because she just stopped caring about cancer. So she's like, man, I'm good. And she just let it kill herself. Or let it kill her, sorry. But till that point, like she swore on yoga, stretching, and cod liver oil. And if she just went to get cancer treatment, she probably would have lived for a few more years. But her husband already died, and she was just like, man, I'm gonna die. That was literally what she said like 3-4 months before she passed away. And I was like, because I was flying down to like go see her, and she's like, nah, I'm done. I was like, all right, cool. Metaphor's peak. I don't know, man. I don't know. I really liked Metaphor for a while, and the character development for me wasn't as good as the Persona games. Now, the villain, Luis, I thought was developed pretty interesting. But for the rest of it, like, because it's such like a weird like time schedule thing you're on, I feel like I couldn't develop bonds with characters. Like, I feel like I just like kind of knew them, and they were all kind of boring. So I didn't really care much about them. I didn't care about the motivations because like, I felt like whatever. Yeah, it was so weird. But I liked the battle system. Like I liked it a lot. I liked the art style. I liked the graphics. Like I like a lot of stuff of it. Just like I just didn't care about the story. I was just kind of going through the motions. I was like, why am I doing this? I'll just play something else. Challenged myself to go through sinister motives with villains and forgot how hard Sandman is. Spider-Ham had bad draws and plays and lost twice. Here's hoping Miles will do better. Dude, Sandman can be rough if you don't. You have to keep track of those sand counters, right? Those sand counters have to stay off in the beginning. For sure. For sure. Thanks for the like over on TikTok. I appreciate that, dude. I recommend wish sandwiches. Just make sure to wish for one of the condiments. Those are better. Magneto is coming tomorrow from Allentown, Pennsylvania. Shipped from your neck of the woods. That is my neck of the woods. I've been to Allentown many of a time. So has Billy Joel. If you could throw a 60-yard bomb, you don't need books. He cannot throw a 60-yard bomb. That bro could barely throw 30 yards. Like, that's the thing. Like, he wasn't good. like the thing. Okay, so weird fun fact about myself. I ran cross country in high school. And my senior year, I was like, you know what? Let me talk to the football coach, because like I was getting really annoyed by certain like politicking and cross country that was really annoying me. I didn't get along with my one coach that well, whatever. So I was like, let me try for football. And so I tried out for the football team, and I was the fastest kid on the team. And I was barely the only kid that could catch a ball because their receivers couldn't catch for anything. So anyway, did some practice routes with the quarterback. And it's like I would run 35 yards and he couldn't get it to me. And it's like, okay. So we run our 30 yards, and he generally speaking could probably hit me close to the target, which was fine. So we did it and whatever, and the coach was all excited because he's like, I have a receiver can catch and run and whatever. So like I would throw it back, and like I can out throw the quarterback. And he's like, have you ever thought about being quarterback? And I was like, not really interested. Like my arm was already kind of messed up from baseball, so I was just like, I don't know how good it'll be, but whatever. But long story short, I went back to cross country because my cross country coach was just like guilt tripped me into it. It was a whole big thing. But anyway, did it for a little bit. Couldn't throw a ball past for 35 yards. That's the only reason I know that. I bet that quarterback that couldn't read was the principal's kid, a coach's kid, or no. His dad. His dad's actually very nice, or he was very nice. I'm assuming he still is. I don't know how many people stop being nice when they're like past 50. But he was like nice, but he was like, he just worked a normal office job and whatever. Like, it made no sense. It made no sense. Like, out of all the football kids that get special treatment, some of them did because of family members, but like he was not one of them. I only tried Persona 5 and bounced off of it. Weird because I like anime, but between the dude I stayed with and the first boss constantly putting me down, I was like, nah, bro, I'm good. Oh, I know. Yeah. It hits you hard in the beginning. She sounds like a fun woman to talk to. Dude, my grandmother was the best. She did not care. She gave zero cares. It was fantastic. You know, it was a bit of refreshness, right? It was just nice. Environments are put to shame by Expedition 33. Expedition 33 are crazy. The only thing that's weird about Expedition 33 is their world map thing that they have going on is kind of weird. Like it feels jarring compared to the rest of it, and I get it because it's a very small studio, so they couldn't do like a true like open world map. But it just feels like kind of like off, not off, just like weird, just weird. You're doing good on not a lot of gray hair. It's the Red Bull, pretty much. There's like a few strands, like you can see that one, and that one. I'm sure there's more. My father used to tell me every single year since the day I turned 16, you're going to lose all your hair, because he was bald by the time he was like 18. And I kept trying to tell him, I was like, Dad, you get your hair from your mother's side. And he's like, yeah, well, your grandfather was bald too. And I was like, well, touche. Haven't lost it. My hairdresser makes fun of me though, because she's like, you're going to lose it any day. And I was like, you know what? My father has been telling me this for 21 years now. I think I'm good. Even if I lose at this point, whatever. I don't care. I've had a good run. That's how it was in my theater group of kids. All the students that got the lead were either the director's kid or the principal's kid. Our principal did not have any children, so maybe that helped us. The world opens up when you get your boat and airship. Oh, in Expedition? I haven't made that for you. To be fair to the guy, he might have been severely dyslexic that couldn't straight up read, but that's an assumption. True, but they didn't help him with it. Like they were not helping him at all. It was really bad. And let me also rephrase this. This quarterback that couldn't read, he was actually incredibly nice. Like he was one of the nicest like kids I've ever met, to be fair. So it's not even like he was like a jerk. Like he wasn't like our football players, only like 2 guys were jerks like on the team. Like legit just not good people. Only 2. The rest of them were normal or like very nice. 2 of my brothers have full heads of hair. The one reckons it's thinning, but he's like 9 years older than me. And there's me and my oldest brother who have shaved our heads. There you go. We playing Falcon Pool? Winter Pool? No, not tonight. I don't think we're playing Marvel Champions tonight. I was going to, and then I decided against it because it turns out playing video games all day really tires you out. I don't know if you ever had that. Again, thanks for everyone watching on Kick, dude. I appreciate it. Appreciate the support over there. And if you haven't used your Prime sub yet, make sure you use that. If you have Amazon Prime, you have it for free. Take Jeff Bezos' money, get it out of his pocket, put it in my birthday pocket. I never say that you should always give your Prime subs to me. I say whoever you want, as long as it's a small streamer, preferably in the board game space. But today I'm greedy. I wanted to Expedition 33, but it looked horrendous in the Steam Deck, and I wasn't willing to buy it for anything else. Dude, the Steam Deck is so bad for it. I feel you. I put it on the Steam Deck, and I played it first there, and the color balance is all over the map. And I'm like, what is going on? Like, this doesn't look good. So then I shut it off and went to this PC and I put it on. I was like, oh, okay. So I started like Googling it and it's like, oh, they have not balanced it yet for the Steam Deck. Apparently they're working on it. But yeah, it looks really bad on the Steam Deck. Like, I don't understand how a game can look that bad on the Steam Deck and that good on PC. Like, it's like just color wise, not even like graphic wise. Just like when you get to one main section on your PC, like it's a bit red. But when you play on the Steam Deck, like it's just a bright, giant red sun. And like you can't see anything. It's just like, how? How is this happening like that? Final Fantasy IX update made it to Limblum and talked to Dagger's bug uncle, the Oglop, and about to start wandering around town. Oh, fun. If you haven't yet, you meet the Dragon Hunter soon, who's one of my favorite characters. Though my eldest brother was shaving his thin hair at like 20, I at least made it to 35. There you go, man. Stream some Expedition? We might tonight. We might. Especially Stellar Blade. Dude, Stellar Blade. So good. So good. Stellar Blade runs well on the Steam Deck. Just saying. Just saying. I mean, it does eat the battery like crazy, but it works. I'm also, right now, I'm all over the map. I'm also playing Yakuza 0 because I started it way back when. I stopped playing it for like 4 months. So I'm playing again because I want to play through all the Yakuza games because I own like all of them because there was a massive sale one time. And I was like, meh, why not? But I need to play through them. It's so much fun. It is so much fun. GeForce Now is a good workaround for the Steam Deck when games look bad. Bryce, how does that work? I've heard about this, but I'm not super smart and good with computers. So like, what would you say that is? Fallout 3 update. I'm at the first town, Megaton, and prematurely teamed up with the sheriff to go after the bad guy at the bar, started a fight, and got the sheriff killed. Dude, Fallout 3 is so good. I like New Vegas, too, from what I remember. Though I never played 76, but I think I own it. I want a Steam Deck so bad. Alas, I'm poor, dude. It's crazy good. Tiger Forever. Thank you for the gift of sub, dude. I appreciate the support. Hey, we hit our goal of 100 subs, it looks like. So that's cool. Good day overall, man. What is Stellar Blade like? It's a Souls-like game. So like Dark Souls, Demon Souls type game. Liza P. But it's easier because you can level up more stuff. And it's not as punishing. But it's that type of game. And it's just... Sorry, bug crawling on the wall. But the Souls-like game. And it's a very open world. So you have to get kind of used to that. But it's good. Like the story isn't anything to like write home about. Like it's a fine story, right? It's not a bad story by any means. It's not, but just not like amazing. But it's enjoyable. It's just if you like Souls-like games and you don't mind them being a bit on the easier side, it's that. I don't think there's a hero pack for Steam yet. Not yet. Yakuza 0 is one of the best stories in a video game. I beat it years ago and it still stays in my mind. Dude, it's a lot of fun. Like, it's really good. I have no clue what direction it's going. So, like, I am now, because, it goes between the two main guys, right? So, Kiryu and Goro. I'm on Goro the second time now, right? So, like, it starts with Kazuma, then Goro, Kazuma. Now I'm back on Goro. So he's helping the blind girl. He's helping her. Yeah, we were doing things. So we had to find the guy that got shot, and then we're coming back and hanging out with her, and something else is happening. Makoto, that's her name, right? Makoto. So anyway, that's where I am. But the story's like kind of like disjointed between the two of them. And like I know nothing about the Yakuza storyline. Like I know nothing about all the games. I've watched a few streams with like a couple of parts of it, but I didn't really understand what's going on because it was like a second monitor situation. But yeah, it's very, very good. I think my friends were trying to point out locations from Yakuza while in Japan. Oh, that's awesome, dude. It's cool. I mean, it's a really cool game. And again, if you need a good Steam Deck game, I think it's on sale right now on Steam. And like I said, Yakuza 0 runs like 6-7 hours on Steam on the Steam Deck. And I think it's considered one of the better Yakuza games. It's the prequel to everything. Is my computer just not going to start up Steam? Is that just what we're doing today, computer? Maybe not. Oh, wait, there it goes. Come on. Come on. Yakuza. Oh, wait. Oh, it's back at the $20? Oh, I thought it was on sale. Never mind. It is not on sale. Different. The Like a Dragon series is on sale, I think. Easy for D20. It's definitely easy. My mind does not compute easy Souls-like game because it's not as like, you know, when in Souls-like games, when you die, like you lose all like your monies or whatever, and you have to go find it, or your whatever it is. Stellar Blade doesn't have that. And if you lose against a boss in Stellar Blade, you don't have to get backtracked. You start again at the boss. So it's easier in that sense. You're getting close to the climax in Yakuza. The story's about to tie all together. Oh, that's sweet. Does that mean I'm close to the halfway point? Show us the Steam library? Never. I'm going to be judged for games. You gotta say a Yakuza game is good, or else the Yakuza comes over to change your mind. Bro, will they come over, hang out, and play Yakuza with me? I was able to play through a lot of Stellar Blade, and I'm very bad at Souls-like. Yeah, exactly, Zom. Did you not finish it then? I think I found a mega deal on all the Yakuza games on GOG a couple months ago. I guess I should boot up 0 up soon. Dude, it's really good. Like I said, it's really good. It's a really fun game. My gray hair somehow has slowed my hand-eye coordination. Yeah, I feel that. It's like every now and again, like I'll do something quick, like I'll run, like my son will run and then I'll run after him or whatever. And it's like I can do it for a little bit, and all of a sudden it's just like, oh, I'm gonna feel that. Also, we're playing Spider-Man 1 for PS4. That was a good game. That was fun. I beat the game. I think I did most of the DLC, but not all of it. But I think I did that on a PS4. I own it on my PC now, and it's just like, meh. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna do it again. I didn't finish it. I played like 18-ish hours, got distracted by playing something else. Dude, I have that same problem. I get distracted constantly with other things. Constantly. Dumb question for the comic fans here. Besides the Kree, are there any Marvel Champions modules that belong to Captain Marvel's Rogue Allies? Doing this for a challenge. Nice. For GeForce Now, you just got to go there on the browser and log in from your Steam Deck. It then runs your Steam games at very high quality since GeForce is streaming it from one of their high-end gaming PCs. Wait a minute. Wait. You just go there on a browser. Do you do it from the browser from your Steam Deck? Stellar Blade or Expedition for Game of the Year so far. Tactics is coming out. I heard they're changing things with Tactics though. We'll have to see what the changes are. As somebody who has played both of them, I love Stellar Blade. It's phenomenal. It's going to go down as one of my favorite games of all time. With that being said, Expedition 33 should win Game of the Year. Like, it just should. It's a borderline masterpiece. I mean, again, I'm only like 8 hours in, so I got a far ways to go, but it's really good. I mean, it's probably gonna be a top 5 game for me by the time it's all said and done. But yeah, it's phenomenal. Dune Imperium is $17 on Steam right now. I heard it's not bad on PC. I heard it's not bad. They're changing the endings though, right? GeForce running your Steam Deck in 5 minutes watching a YouTube video. All right. Is it worth doing then? I mean, that sounds like it's worth doing then. Sounds like there's no real downside. It was the first PlayStation game I platinumed, but then the DLC came out, my completion percentage went down. Isn't that the worst? Spider-Man game is one of my favorite games of all time. The sequel was okay. Yeah, I heard the sequel was like not great. Diamond's Edge, mostly Kree, but she's an Avenger, so you could pretty much use any Avenger staple. Browser and Steam Deck, yep, okay. Moonstone Thunderbolt is sort of nemesis. I still need to finish Indiana Jones. Lost interest in video games and went back to board games. Too little time, dude. I feel that, Sam. I stopped playing video games for years because also there's like nothing like amazing coming out. So I stopped doing all that for a while and then got back kind of into video games. Not that I got out of board games, but I definitely play fewer than I used to. Rogue was a Miss Marvel, Captain Marvel villain. Mystique Another, there you go. Also use Standard 3. Thinking about snagging Assassin's Creed Mirage while it's on site. Which one's Mirage? I want to play the pirate one. We watched Pirates of the Caribbean, depending on how you say it, last night. I forgot how good that movie is. I think I platinum Indiana Jones over a week or so. N7, happy birthday, dude. I appreciate it. Marvel Rivals stream when? Dude, we have to get back into Rivals. I haven't played Rivals in so long. I have to re-download it. I would like to get back into it though. It's just the problem is like, okay. The good thing about a wife and child is that you have a wife and child and you have people that love you no matter what and are there for you. And it's great. But the bad side is you can't stream every day. So like, because you can't do that, like, I feel like I'm trying to cram so much into like 3 streams and it just gets like exhausting. What type of video games are you the best at compared to others? Like nowadays, I'm probably not the best at anything, to be completely honest. I used to be really good at Madden, like really good at Madden. I played every single one, constantly, nonstop, never lost. Played online, never lost. Not that I never lost. I rarely lost, I should say. I was ranked back in the day. But nowadays, like I just play Souls-like games. I like roguelites. Like I like anything. So I don't really think I'm good at anything. Don't do it, Beast now. If you try and buy one, you'll realize it's a mirage and then it'll disappear. Favorite aspect for Magneto? It doesn't matter. His aspect does not matter at all because you're just playing his cards. But I do justice a lot with him. But protection with him is really strong too, especially with the ready up builds. Spider-Man 2 just literally took the King in Black storyline and replaced Null with Venom. Kind of a letdown for me, and then no DLC. Blasphemy. Remember, it's a shot for every year that you're alive. Yeah, give me an entire year to do it, and I'll do it. First Pirates movie is really good, dude. I love it. I love all of them. I really do. So long as Johnny Depp's involved. And also, happy birthday wishes. Thank you, Shpee. Pirates of the Caribbean is my 3rd favorite series of movies. Okay, honorable. What's the other ones? I also love Pirates of the Caribbean movies. Like, they are phenomenal. Even the bad ones are good. We caught them novels? Got them. Madden stream when? They all have Madden on PC, so I never played it anymore. I don't have a console because there's no reason to. Well, that's not true. I have a Nintendo Switch 1, but I played the Spider-Man PS1, dude. It was good back then. MUT and FUT used to take so much of my money. It was addicting. What is that? Please explain. I'm recently playing Jurassic World Evolution, trying to make a theme park where dinos don't eat people. So, that's on sale right now, right? That is basically like Roller Coaster Tycoon, but with dinosaurs not killing each other, right? That is on Steam? Is on Steam now? Dude, what am I thinking? Oh, I'm thinking baseball's not. Okay. Assassin's Creed Black Flag is fantastic. Best of the entire franchise. I have to look at that. I played Assassin's Creed 1 and like 2, and that's it. And I kind of like got over it. Shooting games in general, mostly Borderlands 3. Black Flag didn't set out to be the best pirate game there is, but guess what happened? Madden Ultimate Team, FIFA Ult? Oh, okay. Gotcha. You could buy a PS5 or a Magic the Gathering collector's box. It's the same price. I would pick Magic the Gathering then. 10 out of 10 times. I only have PS5. It's weird. Like I used to be a console gamer my entire life, and then once I switched to the PC, makes no sense. Though I am gonna have to upgrade this PC sooner than later. I have a 3070 graphics card, and it's gonna start struggling. Like it's not as good as it once was. So, and I don't think a 40 series will fit my motherboard, and I don't want to start replacing everything. So I might just look at a 3090 and pray. But I don't remember what my size my power supply is either. So glorious PC Master Race, dude. So many of my friends were PC people before me, and I was like, ugh, they don't know what they're talking about. It's not that great. And then I got a gaming PC, and I was like, oh, this is phenomenal. I love Gregory Rush. He was also amazing parts. Dude, Gregory Rush is a phenomenal actor. Lord of the Rings is first. The Hobbit trilogy is second, and arguably included in first. Second is the Avenger movies. Third is Pirates of the Caribbean. Nice. I would agree with Lord of the Rings. So mine would be Lord of the Rings is number one, then Star Wars, then Austin Powers. Very rarely do we have a perfect trilogy, and I believe all three of those have perfect trilogies. Rush Hour is up there. Pirates of the Caribbean is up there. Terminator series is up there. The Alien series is really up there. Fast and the Furious is up there. Maybe that's it. Oh, Indiana Jones. That's a good one too. Everything within 10 days. I have a problem. That's amazing. Be they gift yourself a 4090 and a new motherboard? No, because I have to take everything off the board and put everything back on. And I think I have to get a new power supply unit then. And it's just like, now this is like a lot of effort. To be honest, I'd rather just kind of get a 3090 and plop it in. I got to see if my board can handle 2 graphics cards. I think it can. And if that's the case, then look out, chat. I don't know if it'll help, but it can't hurt. Looking at Tomb Raiders Legends by Square Enix, old board game for my Amazon Prime Day. Oh, yeah, that's right. Prime Day is tomorrow. I had my newsletter go out today. If you're not a part of it, you should sign up. But it's one of those things where I don't know if I should. If there's crazy deals, I'm going to have to send another newsletter of like showing the deals off. But it might be upsetting people. Now, rate them all in terms of Lego games. Lord of the Rings. Actually, the Marvel's Lego game was really good. PC gamers switched to consoles kind of when my friends did and stuck with them and I couldn't play often. Upgrade computer components. Now it's kind of neither. That's fair. I don't mind upgrading the computer parts. Well, the thing is, like, again, I bought my PC. I did higher end specs. And, like, don't get me wrong. Any game that's coming out, I can still play it, right? It's a 3-year-old computer. It could still play any of them. It's just when Metal Gear Solid Delta comes out, I think my computer might explode. But it's going to figure it out. Like, we're going to play that. Actually, hold on, wait. That game, and what's the other one I'm really excited for? Okay, so yeah, Snake Eater and... I'll find it. Wu Chang Fallen Feathers looks like another Souls-like game. Looks phenomenal. My computer will explode. The Big 5-0? No, Magic. How old do you think I am? The Big 5-0. You kidding me? Also, welcome in chat. Rush Hour is truly a masterpiece. Oh, it's phenomenal. You know what's so funny is so many people said that the third one was a bad movie, and I didn't watch it for a long time, right? Because I was like, oh, it's really, really bad. And the first 2 are amazing. And then we watched the third one like a year or 2 ago, and it's not as good as the first or second one, but like it's really good. Like it's really good. So I was just like, what is everyone talking about where it was bad? Like it was legit. Back to the Future. I don't like Back to the Future at all. I don't like any of them. Like even the littlest bit. Perfect movie trilogy. What about Pitch Black? I don't know what Pitch Black is. I have a 3070 from a couple of years ago, and I have no issues playing any new games of recent. No, you'll be fine. Like I said, the Metal Gear Solid, the new Metal Gear Solid, and Wu Chang, Fallen Feathers, or whatever it's called, I think is going to be crushing my PC. I think you have got to see if your budget can handle that first. My budget? Yeah, it's fine. That's what credit cards are for. Appreciate it, on Viking. Prime Day means we were looking at deals for a car seat. Dude, car seats are so expensive. Oh, wait. I need to change this. I'm going to get hit with copyrights again. I'm in a battle with YouTube. No Hideo, no real Metal Gear Solid game. I mean, they're just redoing this thing, so it's fine. Does that just have multiple different bosses in one box or one with multiple variants? Each box is the same boss, but they progressively get harder. You've only seen on this channel the easiest way to play him, but he gets much harder. Star Wars Lego? Star Wars Lego is really good. Happy birthday. I appreciate it, J-Wheel. 49? Come on, chat. Star Wars Lethal Weapon, Lord of the Rings, top 3. Lethal Weapon's a good one. I'm worried about that for GTA 6. I'm not a big GTA guy. I played them when it was GTA 3. And I think I owned 4 and 5 and played like 10 minutes of it. I was like, Oh, Pitch Black is the Vin Diesel movie. Yeah, I don't watch that. Lethal Weapon always makes me happy? Yeah. D20 sounds like he prefers LeBron James' Space Jam over MJ's. No. Why would you think that? Dear God, no. I also think LeBron James is overrated as a basketball player. He is no Michael Jordan. I have seen LeBron James choke too many times in high pressure situations that MJ never did. Pitch Black was really good. Agreed. That computer game Escape from Butcher Ray with Riddick was surprisingly good. Yeah. Larry Bird? I think he's better than LeBron James. I don't think LeBron James is the top 5 basketball players of all time. That's my super hot take. I think he's immensely overrated. It's also how I feel about Babe Ruth, though. I think Babe Ruth's overrated. Don't get me going on Space Jam. That was my jam when I was a kid. I was played a lot of the CD player. Yes, NBA expert, D20 woodworking. You know it. I'm as much of an expert as anyone else. MJ for life. Bird's the word. What's funny is, think about with anything. Babe Ruth is overrated. He's not the greatest of all time. No. The problem is because if you constantly rate Babe Ruth as number 1, right? That's where most people rate Babe Ruth as the greatest baseball player of all time. If he's constantly rated as number 1, that means even if he's number 2, that's a massive drop. So thus, he is overrated. Problem with Rush Hour is police story movies are so much better. Prime Jackie. Jackie's so good. Jackie's just so good. So this is my counter argument with Babe Ruth. Is that when, like, again, if you were to talk about like some of the greats, right? Like, I still think Pete Rose is greater. I think Pete Rose was a better baseball player. I would argue Ty Cobb was greater. Probably Sandy Koufax, right? There's like certain people that you would rank, I believe, higher than Babe Ruth. If any of those people are better than Babe Ruth and he's constantly ranked number 1, then he's no longer number 1 and then he's kind of fallen off that list. I don't know anyone that rates him as number 1. I think almost every ESPN top. ESPN. Babe Ruth, number 1. It's like most sporting websites rate him as number 1. Now, as individuals, I don't know, because I think individuals are better than corporate media. So LeBron has single-handedly turned basketball into a soccer game with all the flops and complaining he's done over the years. Yeah, it's annoying. What's sad about basketball is that like they play some defense, obviously, but it's obviously like a lot less than it was, and it's kind of sad. It was exciting when I was a kid. Babe Ruth is in peak physical condition. Oh yeah. I don't rate him. No. Out of control. I saw your message. I appreciate it. Keith, welcome to chat. Appreciate it. You must hate The Sandlot. I do hate The Sandlot. I think it's a really bad movie. Daryl Strawberry. Fun fact. I have a ball from Daryl Strawberry when he hit an old lady in the 1999 World Series. She had to get the ambulance call on her. I want Babe Ruth. Michael Jordan was the greatest baseball player. Oh, okay. As a Bravo, Aaron is the GOAT. Yeah. Name one notable star Babe Ruth had to go up against in his era. Who played during that time? All right, so Babe Ruth played from the 1914-1935. Top players in baseball from. Oh wait. Where's the AI? Who were the top baseball players from 1914 to 1935? Is that what I said? Okay. Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, who was a teammate. Roger Hornsby. Okay. Ty Cobb was really then? I thought he was later. Grover Cleveland Alexander was a good pitcher. Tris Speaker was fine. Jimmy Fox was alright. Lefty Grove was fine. Like, not a lot of big names. Not a lot of big names. ESPN is a joke. I mean, they are, but hold on, wait. What is Sports Illustrated rank then? There's a website called the 100 Greatest. Who's that affiliated with? Oh, it's not affiliated with anyone. The 100 Greatest though takes on says Barry Bonds and then Babe Ruth. Willie Mays, Roger Clemens, Lou Gehrig, Randy Johnson at 6. Okay. I mean, it's pretty cool they killed a bird and all that. I'm going to put him at 6. Hank Aaron, obviously. Ted Williams, Greg Maddux. Greg Maddux, I feel like never gets his due, but fine. A-Rod, Mike Schmidt, Pujols, Ty Cobb, Clayton Kershaw. Okay. Pedro Martinez, Verlander, Roger Hornsby, Mickey Mantle, Stan Musial, Walter Johnson, Lefty Grove, Mariano Rivera should be much higher. Mariano, I hate the Yankees, but Mariano Rivera like did not lose in clutch situations. Like just did not lose. Max Scherzer, okay. Jimmy Fox, Tom Seaver, Manny Ramirez, I love it. Ricky Henderson should be up there. Miggy, Warren Spahn, okay. Higher than Joe DiMaggio. Christy Mathewson, Ken Griffey Jr. should have been the greatest of all time if he stopped pulling his hamstring every 5 seconds. David Ortiz, Frank Robinson, Frank Thomas, Reggie Jackson, Bob Gibson, Johnny Bench, Sandy Koufax I think should be higher too. Willie Stargell, Mel Ott, Cy Young, Tris Speaker, Jim Palmer. Let's go Jim Palmer. Steve Carlton, Honus Wagner, Chipper Jones. Okay, let's calm ourselves. I like Chipper Jones as much as the next person, but 48th best player of all time. Oh god. George Brett, Carl Yastrzemski, Kurt Schilling down at 51, Joe Morgan, Pete Alexander, Pete Rose should be way higher than 54th. Derek Jeter should be way lower than 55th. Yogi Berra, Jeff Bagwell, Jim Thome. I love Jim Thome because that dude just crushed the ball or swung and missed. Vlad, Mike Piazza, Tom Glavine, Gaylord Perry, John Schmaltz, Roy Halladay. Hey, Cal Ripken Jr. Favorite baseball player of all time. All right, I love Ripken. Nolan Ryan should probably be a lot higher. Gary Sheffield, Whitey Ford, Eddie Matthews, Johan Santana, Wade Boggs down there. Wade Boggs drank like 50 beers on an airplane. He should be automatically top 50. Roberto Clemente should be much higher. Roberto Clemente was incredibly good. Mark McGuire. Tony Gwynn. Sammy Sosa. Ichiro 98 seems ridiculous too. He should be much higher. Sorry, I can get about all of it. Started with sports ball. I love sports ball. The Great Depression, yeah. He didn't go against people throwing 100 miles an hour, but he was doing stuff other people weren't. You can't deny that Ruth was good. No, I'm not saying he's not good at baseball. He's obviously good at baseball. I'm just saying he's not the number 1 or even number 2 of all time. He's probably in the top 10. Maybe. But he's not top 3. You could argue that Willie Mays put against much tougher opponents during his time. Yeah. Willie Mays was phenomenal at baseball. I just flat out phenomenal. Hank Aaron, phenomenal at baseball. Like, either of them should have been ranked higher than Babe Ruth. Robbie, happy birthday, D20. My birthday's tomorrow. Hey, let's go. Ohtani is the best I've ever seen, but I'm a casual with baseball. Dude, Shohei Ohtani is going to go down as top 50 player right now. Right? Like, if he does nothing else and just, like, sits on his butt and does nothing, he's going to go down as top 50. He's so good. They'll have Ohtani at 1 when he's done playing. Yeah, I mean, he's got to have some good more years in him, but go Reds. Honus Wagner is always a big card to get in the show. It's a big card to get in real life, too. It's worth a ton of money, Honus Wagner's. If Ichiro started his career with MLB earlier, my goodness, the numbers he could have put up, bro. I remember when Ichiro came around, right? And I was younger. I remember I was going down to my grandparents during the summer months, and everyone's making this big deal about Ichiro Suzuki coming to baseball. And I was just like, why is this a big deal? And like, they were showing highlights of him, and I was like, I don't understand why this is so great. Like, it doesn't really make any sense to me. And then I watched him play. I was like, oh, this guy is phenomenal to watch. Ohtani would probably get in the top 10. Yeah, I think so. What is ChatGPT? Who are the top 50 baseball players of all time? Let's see what ChatGPT says is number 1. Oh, look. Babe Ruth. So it thinks Babe Ruth, Willie Mays, Barry Bonds. Barry Bonds, I don't know. Barry Bonds I'm weird about. Like, I recognize how good he was. And, like, his stats are always kind of weird because everyone just purposely walked him for, like 2 years. But I don't know. He's hard to compare against other people, especially with the steroid era. But, yeah. Ted Williams, Hank Aaron, Ty Cobb, Walter Johnson, Stan Musial, Roger Clemens, Lou Gehrig, Honus Wagner, Greg Maddux, Roger Hornsby, A-Rod is 14th. Holy cow. Ricky Henderson, Mickey Mantle, Satchel Paige, Mike Schmidt, Joe Morgan, Pedro Martinez, okay, Tom Seaver, Pujols, Frank Robinson, Mel Ott, Frank Thomas, Oscar Charleston, Josh Gibson, Ken Griffey, Rand. This is a better place for. I still think Randy Johnson should be lower, and I like Randy Johnson a lot. Blah blah. Derek Jeter should be way lower. Man, Jackie Robinson down there. Still active, but on pace for all-time greatness. Ichiro. Mariano Rivera being 50. It's just, ugh. Going down, man. Ichiro was the man back in the day. He really was. To me, he got traded, then won the World Series and was crucial to make the playoffs. Wait. On the left, who? I have nothing against Ohtani other than the fact that he. You mean Ohtani? Nothing against Ohtani other than the fact that they choose to go to LA, but ESPN and Bleacher Report are giving me Ohtani fatigue. Yeah, just gotta stop watching ESPN. He takes a breath of air. Back when steroids were mandatory. I don't know how many of you all were alive and paying attention to baseball during the steroid era, but watching Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa, like, it was the most amazing thing in the world to watch. Like, it truly was. Like, there are very few, I feel like, sports moments that, like, are engraved in my mind as a child, like eras. And the two of them going at it. I mean, I remember because my dad would bowl every single weekend, so I go to my dad's on the weekends. So in the bowling alley, like, everyone would stop bowling to watch Mark McGwire or Sammy Sosa hit the ball. Like everyone watched. Everyone wanted to watch that. It was amazing. Like it was one of the coolest things ever. It really was. Right, Pete Rose up there. I lived through his time period. Seeing the Reds, because they're gonna keep tainting Pete Rose with the whole betting scandal. Pete Rose is a top 10 baseball player. Okay. Just to reiterate, Pete Rose had what 4,256 hits. Beat Ty Cobb who had 4,189. Next place after that is Hank Aaron with 3,700. Pete Rose was a machine. Was an absolute machine. He should go down as one of the greats. Randy Johnson, Bird Killer, dude, was hilarious. I remember watching that. Last time I checked, Babe Ruth never played against a Dominican pitcher. But seriously. December 98 was so fun. It was crazy. Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa was must-watch TV, dude. It was crazy. It was crazy to watch. And then, you know, Barry Bonds was what, like a couple years after that? 2 years after that? And like, it was kind of like everyone was fatigued from it and just like, we just watched this. Steroid era was OP, literally. That era was funny because they were all roided up freaks. Then Ken Griffey Jr. was just launching 50 with the smooth swing. Like I said, also welcome, Steven. Ken Griffey should have went down. If he didn't get hurt as many times as he did, he would have went down as the greatest of all time. There was no smoother swing in baseball than Ken Griffey Jr.'s. Anchor of Hope just popping in to say, hey, happy B-Day D20. Appreciate it, dude. You need to get some dinner? All right. Take care, man. Had a lot of issues other than scandal. He was a monster. A lot of famous people are monsters as well. Yes. There's a lot of not good people in sports, unfortunately. Variga, thank you for using Prime Sub, dude. I appreciate the support. Mr. J, welcome to TikTok. Favorite video game of all time? Final Fantasy VII. OG, not the remastered stuff and whatnot. The OG stuff for sure. That's up there. And Metal Gear Solid, like the original or 3 is up there as well. I have no idea about this baseball stuff, but I do like roided up freaks. Dude, it was a crazy time. And then when Sammy Sosa had the corked bat, and that was a whole big scandal and whatever. There was so many scandals. Baseball was so great. The most ridiculous part of all that, though, was when Congress got involved with steroids in baseball. And it's like, Congress, you have an actual job to do, and steroids have nothing to do with that in baseball. But they're like, it's for pastime's sake, blah, 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 whatever. He committed and ended. Was he tried? The Giant scandal was a fun time to live through. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of scandals. A lot of scandals and things. A lot of scandals. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, you will learn that most of your childhood heroes are not great people, generally speaking. Turns out a lot of people are not great people, generally speaking. Okay. God, it's 9:30 already. So chat. I have a plan for tonight, chat. As much as I love baseball talk and going crazy about baseball, which I do love. Sam Fisher, Solid Seat. Oh wait, you're saying that Sam Fisher is better than Solid Snake? No. Pete Rose is in the WWE Hall of Fame. That's amazing. I did not know that. Add Resident Evil, even Silent Hill for me. I'm a big Resident Evil fan. When my dad was still around, he collected baseball cards. During chemo, he went hard with Cal Ripken Jr. stuff. He got 3 baseballs signed by him for me and my brothers. That's amazing. So I have 2 stories with Cal Ripken Jr. So Cal Ripken Jr. is my favorite player of all time, right? Idolized him as a child. I wanted to be him. Great. So I know most people in the United States, really hate Al-Qaeda because of what happened on September 11th. But it affected me a bit differently. Obviously, I knew people in it, and it's very, very sad and whatnot because I lived on the East Coast, and a lot of our friends' parents went to work at the trade towers. Okay. So 2001 was Cal Ripken Jr.'s retirement year, and my dad got me tickets to go see Cal Ripken Jr.'s last game, which would have been at Yankee Stadium, and we were on the third base line, like a row off, so second row, and we'd be able to see him and like talk to him and meet him and whatever, and go see Cal Ripken Jr. his final game ever. Let's get childhood idol. Then Al Qaeda ruins everything. Ruined everything because it was like the only time baseball ever gets delayed ever, and because it got delayed, Cal Ripken got to have his final game at home instead of at Yankee Stadium. So I got to watch like his like 7th last game or 6th last game or something like that, whatever it was. So I really hate them for that. I mean, I hate them for a lot of things, but I really hate them for that. But I got to see Cal Ripken Jr. I got to say hi to him, which was really cool, and like shake his hands. I also, fun fact, my uncle lives in Maryland, and when I was a kid I used to go down and see him a lot. And my uncle, where Cal Ripken lived at the time, I don't think he lives there anymore, was right down the road from my uncle. So we went to the grocery store and we were just picking up some stuff, and there's a tall guy standing in front of us. My uncle like hits me on the shoulder and goes, "It's Cal Ripken." And I was like, oh my God. I was like 11 years old or whatever I was at the time. And I was just like, what do I do? And he said, well, you should talk to him, right? And so I like tapped him on the shoulder, and he turned around and he's like, "Hey, how's it going?" And I said, "Hi." He's like, "How are you?" And I froze. I didn't know what to say. Like I panicked. I absolutely panicked. And on the conveyor belt, Cal Ripken had some stuff, but he also had a giant jug of milk there that he was buying. So I just looked at it and said, "I like milk too." And Cal Ripken didn't know how to respond to that, because apparently that's not a thing a normal 11-year-old says to somebody. So he just went, "Okay, that's good." And turned around, paid for his stuff, waved, left. And my uncle just looks at me and goes, "I like milk too." I was like, I didn't know what to say. That was all I had. And that's what I said to my childhood idol. So, but at least out there, if Cal Ripken Jr. ever becomes a board game fan and watches this stream, he knows that guy was me. Sam Fisher never once beat a psychic or a sniper. Fact check, true. Yearly comment that you share the same day as my birthday. It's a great day. Welcome, Skipper. Piazza's home run when baseball resumed is legendary. Yeah. Reasonable crash out. Thank you. I like turtles. I don't think it was until after I met Mark Hamill I stopped being awkward meeting famous people or people I'm excited to meet. Well, I became less awkward. That's the moment when D20 realized Babe Ruth wasn't the top player of all time, basically. Babe Ruth would have offered me a cigarette and a beer, so I guess that would have been cool. One of my big O's memories was going to a sports restaurant with my Little League team to watch the playoff game against the Yankees, where the kid interfered with the ball. Oh, yeah. I remember that. Psychics and snipers aren't real, silly. I have bad news. You can't even see him. Sounds like what that Asian sat courtside and saw Shaq and only responded with, "You're tall." I met Shaq 6 years ago. He was nice. I was with coworkers. My coworkers were very drunk, and we happened to go to a hotel where Shaq was checking in, and they all like drunkenly wanted to take pictures with him. So they did. And like, you could tell he was just like, whatever. And I just said like, "Pleasure to meet you." Shook his hand. That's it. Nice guy, but it was like 1 o'clock in the morning. He obviously didn't want to talk to us. If you had a beer, what would you say? What, Babe Ruth? I mean, what are you gonna say? I mean, like, thanks. Most famous person I ever met was Nelson. Nelson is pretty famous. If it's time to be alive, you probably know a thing or two about that, D20. Love Camden Yards. Really nice ballpark. We go every year. We're going again in 2 weeks. It's my favorite ballpark. I love it. What our secret is, we usually get a game for Saturday, but we drive in on Friday and we stay at the Hilton in the back facing the stadium. So then you can go to the I think it's the fourth floor is where the gym is, and they have like a lookout to the side, so you can stand there, watch the game, bring a cooler, hang out, bring food, whatever, meet some really nice people, watch the game there, and then the next day go to the game and then stay and then drive out Sunday morning. My grandma was a psychic sniper in World War II. She sounds amazing. She would work great with my grandmother, who is just miserable at everything. Just told you like it is. I got to meet James Hetfield. Metallica backstage when that was my I can't believe this is happening moment. That's awesome. Was he cool? He seems like a nice guy. Being John Buscema, Marvel artist legend. I told Mike Weir I'm Mormon too, thinking he was, and he said, that's cool. I'm not. Literally lives embarrassingly rent-free in my head forever. At least he was nice about it. I would forget Metallica is my favorite band. That's awesome. I do remember when I was like 16, 17, I met an Australian comedian duo after their performance. I made one of the guys laugh, so I was pretty proud of myself. You should be. He signed a poster for me, and I did the XX like kisses on it, and he said, I gave you kisses, but I don't want to really kiss you. And I said, understandable, the hair gets in the way. And I totally caught him off guard. I would like to go to Camden, but Wrigley is the best ballpark. Unbiased opinion. I want to go to Wrigley. I had a good friend in the industry a while back, where she owned one of the apartments in the back, I guess, or like, so in one of the outfields. I don't know Wrigley as well. There's apparently a bunch of apartments where people watch from like the rooftops, and her and her friends owned one. Like it was like a big thing. Like they all go in on it together, I guess, and they rent out the rooftop to watch games. It was like a big side business she had, and she really was like a big fan of it. Trying to think who the most famous person I met was. I interned at a sports radio station for a while. Some wrestlers came through, like real wrestlers or WWE. Hetfield was those back when I was a bit more bit more reserved. But it's pretty cool. He had no problem signing stuff. It was one of the coolest ones to be around. Probably with Lars. This place signing everything really cool, kind of quiet. Okay. I had dinner with Calvin Coolidge. Now I'm missing my beautiful long hair. Thinking about the old days, 90s. I met Dave Bautista, very nice guy, very large. He was massive. Came to my house. They don't believe me, but it's true. Dude, who's Survivor, man? You met Jesus? Well, I'll meet Jesus one day. When someone tells you they're a hugger, say no problem. Move close to them and say I'm a kisser. Tell us the story of what you met George Washington and the Founding Fathers. I mean, they're a really cool group of guys. Can't believe you all think I'm that old. If I was to go back in a time machine and ever go see the Founding Fathers again, I think I would go back to them and tell them when they were writing the Constitution to dumb down the Second Amendment a little bit more, because apparently people nowadays don't understand it. 4 scored a D20 ago. When I was a teen, I met Linkin Park and was frozen. They didn't say much either. Show them Marvel Champions, I'll blow their minds. You kidding me? I'm gonna show them like Resident Evil and be like, this is what we're fighting for, boys. And they'll be like, yeah. And then I'm gonna show them waifus and anime, and they'll be like, now I understand. Captain America, you're back. Spicy Constitution discussion time? I'm not spicy about it. I'm a firm believer in the Constitution. Big fan. Big fan of it. Amen? No. They probably think anime is the devil's work. They probably would. They probably would. You could show them a gun that fires more than 1 bullet an hour and see if it helps their decisions. It'll be the same, dude. They had guns that fired more than 1 bullet per hour. Add you definition to the Bill of Rights. Define you. You would know that? Why? The guy from the Discovery Channel that goes out on his own with cameras and survive. Oh, not Bear Grylls, the fake one. The one that actually does his own show and doesn't get hotels. Yeah, Bear Grylls like isn't like legit with most things, right? The story of George Washington's death is one of the most wildest. I've never heard of it. I have to go check it out now. I met our local weatherman at Walmart. That's really cool. Our local TV host. No, that's not right. News anchor lady. Newswoman, I guess. But she's the anchor. So it's not anchor man, anchor woman, I guess. She goes to our church and then goes to our Bible study. Wrote a very nice essay on how to cheat on your wife. I mean, at least he put it in writing. The dollop about it. I'll check it out. Just like strep throat, right? News person you be. Ben Franklin was a man. You know what? Ben Franklin wanted our national bird to be the turkey. And I'll never forgive him for that. Dog the Bounty Hunter at the theater when stationed in Hawaii? That's crazy. Nah, man, I know Franklin would be a waifu guy. He would. He would love all the anime girls. He would love all of them. You kidding me? That's why he invented the bifocal. Mine's the 10th. Dude, that's awesome. Happy soon-to-be birthday, Tim. Since I won't be live that day. One of my friends' birthday is July 10th as well. Ben Franklin is low-key freak? Oh, yeah, for sure. That's why they wouldn't let him be president. Mine's the 10th, too. Dude, how many 10th birthdays are there? Franklin's essay on chess playing etiquette is both hilarious and awesome. Dude was a gamer for sure. He would love the French waifus that man went for all his tank in France. D20, what was your stream about? Oh, you know, founding fathers and waifus. Met Bruce Willis while working at a grocery store. Was he nice? Arnold at Gold's Gym? Dude, that's awesome. His wife was yelling at him for some reason. The new horse waifu game? No, I don't know what a horse waifu game is. If you're talking about the card game that we looked on this channel, then yes. When a stage, or wait, hold on. Okay, pretty basic question. When a stage of a main scheme is completed, like 1B, say it reaches the limit of 6, and then it flips to the next side, does the number carry over? Or does it start from 0 again? No, so so you look at 2A and it will tell you to do something maybe, and then you flip to 2B and there's that box at the bottom. That's the new amount. So if it was at like 12 on the first one, let's just pick a random number. Whatever the new one is, it will say like 0 per person or just like 1 or 1 per person, right? Kind of like that thing. Franklin definitely has a body pillow. Oh, 100%. He probably invented it, dude. Founding Fathers and Waifus sounds like a great band name, dude. If only. Board Game Crew, thanks for the raid with 6 people, dude. I appreciate the support. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you had a good game night tonight. What'd y'all do? I got a photo with Jason Momoa. Boy, did I feel tiny. He seems big. Sold beer to the local weatherman once. My cousin saw Gordon Ramsay one time. He wasn't in character, though. I hear Gordon Ramsay is like really, really nice. It was on that Gacha revenue website linked. Ah, okay. At first, I was thinking we were talking about Ben Franklin, like Gacha games. I was like, probably. Pretty Derby, Umamantsumi. Wow. Waifu Burlak Sack is wild. It goes hard. Board Gaming Crew got ads as soon as he joined. I hate Twitch so much. Is it weird that my favorite founding father is John Adams? No, but why? This is everyone has a favorite founding father, right? What was that? Keith, thank you for the 100 bits, dude. I appreciate it. Call would complete 1B with 6 and flip to 2B with 6. Oh, yeah. No. Okay, so actually, misplay. This is a good point. Every time your main scheme flips to a new one, technically all the counters will get removed. So there's sometimes when like the main scheme will get counters on it, not threat, but it'll be like whatever counter. So like Absorbing Man will have him. Well, he doesn't have a second scheme, but if he did, it would clear out all those counters as well. All those horses in the game are based off real horses. No on Bruce. Oh, he wasn't nice. Filming a film with Demi Moore and he walked in our open 24-hour store. Arnold was there. Nice. George Washington was definitely a Kawakami guy type of guy. Yeah, dude. It's the wooden teeth. Clackety clack. On Kick tonight, so I don't have to try to skip ads while on my rowing machine. That's right. Doc7 brings up a good point. If you don't want to see ads, Kick is the way to go. Except for acceleration tokens. That's true. Acceleration tokens are the only thing that stays. It's weird how that works out that way. Rare setting of D20 actually talking about Marvel Champions. It doesn't happen often. Now, wait a minute. We've been playing that game a ton recently. She was about the rule of law and not about the people in it, and he fought very hard to help strive for independence, and they needed it for a time of a strong central government with a lot of laws. The books about his requests and input. Was he a Federalist or an Anti-Federalist? I can't remember which one he wrote. I like Sam Adams. He makes great beer. Can't say I have a favorite founding father. Don't know how much I love any of them. I mean, they're all kind of important and great. Happy birthday. Appreciate it, dude. Federalist. Okay. The Federalist Papers and the Anti-Federalist Papers, but obviously the Federalist Papers are like the more important ones. Not that they're more important, more famous ones, I guess. They're like crazy readings that like go into it. Like it's really, really fascinating how like the two sides were basically like not in agreement with much. It was kind of wild. Big state kind of guy, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it's really like, did any of them not have slaves? Pretty much everyone back then had slaves, unfortunately. A lot of countries had slaves as well. A lot of people from a lot of different countries. The fall of Rome? I don't know the Roman Empire as well as I should. I don't know them. John Adams was the only one that did not. Not Alexander Hamilton. That's good. There you go. What time period would you like to travel back to visit? Oh, trick by. Again, I don't know if there's I don't think there's a time period I would like to go back to, because I think we're living in the best time period possible. Like, I mean, you have so many things nowadays that people didn't back then. You know what I mean? Which I think is kind of amazing. So there's not really like a time period. Like, okay, let me back up actually. I have to think about this. I wouldn't want to like hang out in a time period. I would want to see like William Shakespeare, but like at the time. You know what I mean? So I would like to see that. I would like to meet people from the past and understand them and whatnot. But yeah, I wouldn't like go back to a time. Except for when the Orioles. Did the Orioles? No. No. During his presidency, he sent them from Philly, so they didn't have to auto free. Rather jump forward to the future visit. Yeah. You have died of polio. 1940 simulator. Abraham Lincoln was a true legend. Without him, the vampires would have overrun the Union, and the South wouldn't have won the Civil War. That's true. Good old vampire hunter. There's so many challenges. I mean, just like you didn't have a bathroom, dude. I really like indoor bathrooms. They're really great. You know what's really great too? Central Air. Phenomenal. Highly recommend. But I want to come back, no doubt. Yeah. 2005. Why 2005? Talked to Tolkien to get an early thrash metal shows in the 82. William Shakespeare wouldn't that far back for you though? Oh my God. Okay. 100 years ago, second leading cause of death, diarrhea. Would you go back to save JFK? Okay, so I don't know, right? I think JFK was a pretty darn good president. But it becomes the whole butterfly effect thing, right? Like if you save him, what happens? Do dinosaurs somehow retroactively come back? I don't really know. So I don't know. Again, I think I am a kind of believer, I guess, that everything works out the way it should, and it's worked out pretty good. You know what I mean? It's about to say founding fathers didn't invent slavery. They were 1,000-year-old practice in the 1700s. We were remembered for all the wrongdoings rather than our accomplishments. Yeah, unfortunately. Air conditioning. Air conditioning is pretty sweet, dude. Go back to before Hulk released and write an email to FFG. A WoW vanilla was popping out, dude. I wish I got into that time period. Greek philosopher time, being part of the birth of democracy and not die. It'd been fun to talk to like Aristotle and Plato and whatnot and like truly understand like their thoughts on things. And that's why it's one of those things like I don't want to go back in their time necessarily. I would just want to talk to them. You know what I mean? Like I think that stuff would be much, much like cooler. Like talking to Immanuel Kant and Nietzsche. Stuff like that. The issue with JFK being alive is what happens if his womanizing scandal is potentially coming out while he's alive? I assume the same thing that happened to Bill Clinton. Not a whole lot. We fought a war to outlaw slavery. Meanwhile, there are countries that slavery still exists today. Yep. Fortunately, it still does. Like Clinton? Yeah, exactly. Red Dwarf, the series, the name that attributes to, tackles that in the episode. At Time Machine, you'd rather go back to just have a conversation with certain people, not really visit time? Yeah. Like, there's no real time that, like, interests me. Actually, okay, so as a Christian, it would be nice to go back to, like, I don't know, when Jesus came back and be like, okay, good, I was right about this. Or, oh, dang, I was wrong about this. It would be nice to get a little clarification on that. I would legit skip buses in Portugal if it didn't have AC on it. Our soldiers didn't fight for our liberties for nothing. I would like to see Beethoven live. Oh, that's true. Actually, that's true too. Seeing Beethoven, Mozart, and all of them, Bach, seeing like real classical music like live, preferably in an air-conditioned venue. That would have been phenomenal. That actually would have been really cool. But like I said, because again, I'm a massive Shakespeare fan, so I think Shakespeare would have been the big one for me to like truly see like Shakespeare. Ignore my old girlfriends and just raid Molten Core with the ball. Seeing all the classical composers live would be pretty baller. Hanging out with Jesus would be sick. Show him memes and whatnot. Dude, it'd be hilarious to show him memes. Show Jesus Persona 5. Jesus would be into the waifus. I could say that as a Christian, right? As a nerd, I would love to see Star Wars opening night in 1977. That'd be pretty cool. So you just want to be Bill or Ted? Yeah. About that Red Sea parting thing? You don't think he parted the Red Sea? Well, not that Jesus did, Moses. Star Wars opening night, yeah. Jesus was into everyone? Yeah, exactly. He would want to save the waifus for sure. I can say that as a Christian? Yeah, it's a joke. Jokes. We're allowed to make jokes. We're allowed to have fun. The smell without deodorant all these times would be? Like, I don't even want to think about it. Don't even want to think about it. Pretty sure Havoc was talking about when he wanted, about wanting to see the crazy cinema reactions of The Exorcist back in the day. That'd be interesting. The Phantom Menace, 1999. Surely, yeah. Would I've learned anything from history is that much of the past is absolutely disgusting? Yes. And they will say the same thing about our time right now, 100 years from now. Like literally, well, that too. I think actually one of my not tin hat theories, I guess, or whatever, but maybe tin hat theory is in about, I would guess, 100 years. Like the practice of us eating animals is going to be like one of those things that's like, why would they ever do that? And it's like considered like legit disgusting, and like people will not understand. I think that will be a legit thing in the future. I can just imagine me sitting there in 1973 watching The Exorcist with a bag of popcorn, just eating it and not really freaking out at all, watching everybody else losing their mind. We peaked with Captain America upgrade cards. I saw The Phantom Menace in cinemas 5 times when it came out. I think I've told this before, but I just kept getting invited to go with people and it being an uber nerd at school. That's awesome, though. Is that why you like Jar Jar Binks so much? Berserker at Stanford Bridge, yeah. D20 lab wants lab grown meat? Dear God, no. It's so bad for you. Ugh. Ugh. No, thank you. I just think it's gonna be one of those things where like people are just gonna move away from eating animals. I don't know why. Just call it gut feeling. If only the tree in the Wizard of Oz stopped Eve from eating the apple. If only. They have free tickets and cereal box. That's amazing. I've actually seen it 6 times since because I saw the 3D re-release too. There you go. Remember staying in line for hours and hours to get a ticket? All to see Jar Jar Binks. Not having massive amounts of resources to feed the meat industry would help the environment, and there are other ways to get protein. Yeah, but meat protein is generally speaking the best way to have that type of protein. Like, don't get me wrong, I eat synthetic protein too at times, but it's not great. But actually, wait. Let me back up slightly, Lorem. I think what they're going to do, what people are going to, because like when you do learn about how meat plants work, like again, I love steak. I love cheeseburgers. My favorite things in the world. But when you get to see like the process of it, you're like, oh, that's a little messed up. Misa love Jar Jar. Misa be fluent in Talkie Day, and Misa's Stallone speak. Oregon Trail telling young kids you died from hysteria in the 1800s. People like safe. Like to go back in time and buy some Bitcoin? Dude, yeah. If only, dude. Oh no, my chat just deleted itself. Why? Oh wait, there it is. Alright, my chat's being weird now. Jar Jar and Swooya? I don't know. If animals didn't want to be eaten, why would they taste so good? I think that's what oh my god. I think that's what cannibals say too. Jeez, I couldn't think of the word. The process, I saw a Chainsaw Massacre. Go back in time and tell George Lucas to save Sebastian Shaw at the end of Return of the Jedi. Hold on, wait. Actually, that's fine. Oh, goodness, chat. Oh, goodness. Something that they thought dysentery was made up. I was talking about Andersonville. Also, okay, so my chat is now doing this thing, which like this stuff just annoys me why this works this way. Like it's like got this whole bottom part. Will this work? Oh, we can push it down slowly. Okay. These are the things I deal with, chat. Can't wait until you murder mystery search history comes out and you looked up what are people who eat people called. Yeah, it's fine. They can look at my Google history. Big dude. I found the prequel 3PO far more unbearable than Jar Jar. Oh, that's a hot take. That's a really hot take. No, but you like Jar Jar. I think everyone in the Star Wars prequels regrets being part of those movies except Sam Jackson. I think he just got happy he got a purple color lightsaber. I think Christian Hayes now appreciates it. He gets a lot of love now, which is good. He deserves it. I was not happy that they made Anakin build 3PO. I think Ewan came out unscathed. I think, yeah, that's a good point too. I think Ewan did as well. He's just such a good actor. Is that Ahmed Beast finally got love and Jar Jar's remembered finally in a large portion of the fan base. Well, it's funny too, because I remember like seeing something how like the people that hated Star Wars, like episode 1, 2, and 3 were like mostly adults, but the people that loved it were kids. And like now that the kids have grown up, like they can finally like show their appreciation for it, you know? I think there's been some like love for the prequels now from people. Yeah. Three PO's never been one of my favorites. Yeah. It feels like everybody says the prequels suck, but Obi-Wan is really good in them. I like the only thing that the prequels I didn't like was the CGI backgrounds were really bad. Like in 1 and 2, especially, like really bad. 2 felt like a weird filler that like not like stuff happened obviously, but it just felt like not a lot did until we got to our end fight with what's his name, Count Dooku. So it just felt like a weird like between thing. And episode 3 I thought was phenomenal. I was born in the wrong era. Then they mentioned the 70s. Yeah, nobody wants to be there. Drax tier for you. Just took him against Expert Gamora tomorrow. Drax is pretty good. I like Drax. Trusso, he's not as well. No, Trusso is pretty good too. He's probably like a solid B for me. 7 through 9 are awful. The only thing good about 7 through 9 is the special effects. I think they're good. I think they're really good. I don't hate Rey as much as most people do. I think she's fine. I think just the most ridiculous thing. Hello there. The most ridiculous thing is the whole like Palpatine is back somehow, or whatever the line is. I can't remember off the top of my head. And it's just like, that was so ridiculous. They have Palpatine back. Like they had Snook, whatever his name was. Like they were building him up to something cool, and then they just like got rid of him. Like I feel like 7 isn't that bad, and 9's not that bad, but 8, The Last Jedi, was just really bad. Like really bad. And just set everything back. I'm telling you, man, you're going to see people 20 years from now say that they're going to say the most recent Star Wars movies are their favorites. Yeah. If I can make it that one. The redemption in one of the Disney shows. That's awesome. All Star Wars of equal quality. I don't want to go that far. Rey was originally supposed to be the relation to Obi-Wan Kenobi. Would have made much more sense. Yeah. Heard 7 through 9 as 7 of 7. They just had prolonged Maul, Qui-Gon. They should have had that fight just been like half the movie. It's too recent. It's easy to say that Christopher Lee was the best part of that movie. Yeah. Christopher Lee is phenomenal. Last Jedi was awful. The thing is, Jar Jar doesn't bother me because I don't care about the character, so he's just a side character. It's fine. I think 7 is fine. How about kind of a copy of 4? Agreed. I like the new characters fine. Last Jedi I liked a lot more in theory than in practice. I think I like the concepts in it, but I just don't like the movie. Yeah, I mean 7 basically is 4, which I think I'm okay with. I think I'm in the minority group watching the originals on VHS and saw the prequels opening day, and I was actually loved episodes 7 and 8. Episode 9 was bad. There's just a lot of behind the scenes stuff that ruined that. I like the prequels. I just loathe showing young, horrible Anakin at the end of Rise of the Jedi. Didn't know the half of it. Just asked Dark Maul. I love 8. Rian Johnson made his Star Wars movie and it was different. Ugh. I mean, look, happy for people to love it. I, to this day, will watch 7 and skip 8. And then just watch 9. I didn't see 9 because everything I heard was poop soup. It's fine. It's fine. It's entertaining. I never read the Hobbit books, and man, I love those movies they released. I liked the Hobbit movies. The Hobbit book is fine. I like the movies. The problem is the last movie is like based off of like 2 chapters, not 2. It's a handful of chapters, probably 100 pages. It's like, ugh. Be so silly and Attack of the Clones kills me. I got it. Not his fault. JJ and Kennedy didn't have better plans for the trilogy. All Star Wars are of equal quality. Bad. Get out of here, Zom Quixote. I hate how they killed off Han, Luke, and Leia in the new trilogy. Well, in Leia, they killed her, brought her back in space. That was quite the thing. Oh, Return of the Jedi. Thank you. They only killed Leia because Carrie Fisher died? Yeah. Well, they had a natural death for her, and then she died in real life, and then they brought her back. It was really, really weird. For joining Metal Band at 90. I've only watched 7 and 8. Couldn't bring myself to give them more money. Just watch 9. That's fine. Han wanted to be dead after the second movie? Yes. He didn't want to be typecast anymore. So he's really bad in the third one. I hate not liking 8 for storytelling reasons. And then people being like, yeah, I'm with you with what's with all the women and minorities. Are there really people that say that? I feel like that's like a small contingent online. The problem with 8 is the story was just bad. And it spit all over everything you grew up with Star Wars. That's my biggest issue. Don't get me started on Leia Poppins. Just give me the option to watch all versions when clicking each movie. I'm not as hard on episode 8 as most people are, but that part bothered me. The Disney trilogy is the anti-trilogy. It's the opposite of whether the last one was. 7 tries to be anti-prequel and makes you think you're watching the original trilogy, where 8 tries to be anti-7 and then 9 tries to be anti... Oh my god. It's too confusing. My small brain can't handle that. It has nothing to do with women and minorities. It's a bad movie? Yeah. I feel like that was a very, very small contingent online that said that. And I always attribute most of that to trollers. In the 8th movie, that ship torpedo black and white scene was so epic. Oh, when they like shot through the other ship? Yeah. For what 2 hour and 45-minute movie, it was a good scene. It's funny how the Hobbit book, we didn't really see the final battle because Bilbo gets knocked out. And the Two Towers, the Helm's Deep scene, and maybe a page and a half. Yeah. Did you try Blue Milk at Disney? I did. It was not good. Would not recommend. Matt Reeves and J.J. Abrams used to restore Steven Spielberg old films when they were a kid. I trust him with the IP. I'm not a huge fan of J.J. Abrams. Like, he's fine. I shouldn't say I'm not a fan. He's fine. There were a lot of that racist misogyny stuff around episode 8. Okay. With that, was it the fan base or was it people online that are just racist and misogynist? Now, that doesn't excuse it from happening, but I don't want to equate the fan base with that group if it's not that group. Because unfortunately, those people exist and they go through everything. And they make it terrible. Beautiful scene in the movie theater reaction was amazing. Nice. 1990 special edition of the originals was the best. We'll discuss how channel expand your small brain. Rogue One, hot take, better than Return of the Jedi. Rogue One is probably one of the best Star Wars movies ever. The Leia thing was weird because it seemed like they had working around Fisher's death perfectly all wrapped up for them, and they literally had Laura Dern to fill that hole. Steven, I agree 100% on that. Like, she died in real life. Let her die off. It was really weird to bring her back. Killing both parents to deepen his character path? Yeah. But what a glorious page or two it was. Mostly people online. Okay. Carrie Fisher died after episode 8 was done, so they couldn't use Laura Dern's character. The Venn diagram isn't a circle, but there is some overlap. Do we know that? Like how do we know? It's the same thing as people excusing Ironheart's poor quality as racist backlash when it was just not a good quality product. I haven't watched Ironheart. That's talk about something I have no interest in watching it. To be honest, one of my favorite Star Wars movies was Rogue One. They did it, yeah. Andor season 2 wraps it up perfectly with. Dude, we need to finish that. The Han Solo movie was underrated. I gotta watch that too. Die in real life, die in the movies. I'm so salty on how easy they killed Snooky. Building him up to be the dude. I agree 100%, Alex. Like it was so weird. So weird. I like Rogue One quite a bit. I'm just happy to have a Star Wars movie that isn't about the same magical family. I agree. It was really well done. You'll be like, I want another season, and it dawns that Rogue One is Andor season 3. It's so perfect. Nice. Gotta admit, I watched Ironheart. I wasn't impressed except for the last episode, which is an absolute banger to me. Anyway, didn't redeem the series, but I was like, that was something I'm going to tell you. It's one of the worst choreographed fight scenes ever. Yeah. Ironheart made me want to play the game. Terrible. I heard it's not good. But it's just like, again, with most Marvel stuff, I just don't care anymore about it. You know what I mean? Peter, appreciate it. Have another great year of growth. Always try to catch your videos. I appreciate that. Because someone still owns the rights to the film? What? Seems insane. I'll be the odd man out again. I actually liked Ironheart. What did you like about it? Not that I'm judging. I'm curious. Because all I've heard is that it's not good. So I'm curious what you liked about it. It's phenomenal with the fight scenes. He's on another level. Dude, he was so good. His acting with... Like, it's so funny because his chemistry with Natalie Portman is so incredibly bad. I'll let you know what my son thinks of Purdue when we visit later this month. Dude, that's awesome. Please do. Hopefully he likes it. It was different and I enjoyed the characters. All right. I like Adam Driver, but he was just not it. Just unfortunate. Yeah. I don't know. I thought he was like, all right. You know what I mean? Ironheart is the new villains. Why did all this just skip? Yes, I'm curious. The last episode did something I haven't seen Marvel ever do, which make a character make a decision that's complete anti something I've ever seen in Marvel. Interesting. I've heard this from a few people. The worst rights issue stalling things was the Drew Carey show being unable to be released on DVD or streaming because the movie rights forever. I want more Clone Wars. I liked the last couple episodes, but overall Ironheart was a weak showing, unfortunately. The magic element was pretty cool, though. Is she supposed to have magic? I don't know Ironheart's storyline, like, legit in the comics. Or do they kind of just, like, fuse that in? So when are you going to do Rate My Marvel Champions Gaming Setup or Storage Solutions? I have no idea. Music rights. Oh. God, I appreciate it. JU, welcome, chat. Ironheart was hated in the comics because they rushed her too fast. Okay. Not at all. No, she's not supposed to have magic, but somehow it works within the confines of the show, especially that. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I didn't, because I think I read like 2 issues of Ironheart or something like that. And then I just got distracted with more Spider-Man, stuck on that. But I was like, oh, did that happen later and I didn't get to see it or what? You know what I mean? So that's why I was curious. I knew they did the elements, and I knew it like upset some people with it. Or, I don't know. I don't know enough. I don't pay close enough attention to it anymore. You know what I watch? I watch anime. I watch Frieren. Fu Manchu, and we lost his man. I tried watching the Marvel series stuff. I thought WandaVision, but thought it was 2 episodes too long, and then I started watching Falcon and Winter Soldier. And when it died midway through episode 2 and haven't talked. Yeah. The WandaVision thing was really, really unique and cool, and it became very generic at the end and very boring. Like at the beginning of it was so well, cool and interesting, and then at the end it was just meh. Like a Star Wars Champions LCG? I don't. Also, welcome, Kieran. I don't think they're going to do it. Happy birthday. I appreciate it, dude. Bendis nailed Spider-Man in the 2000s. He didn't catch magic again with Ironheart. People always getting mad about fiction. Yeah. MCU needs to get my boy or my dog, sorry, Shang-Chi back in the mix, dude. For real though. For real. Shang-Chi was so much fun to watch. And they have like not tapped into that enough. Have you watched Lazarus yet? No. No, but every time we watch Bob's Burgers, there's a commercial on for it. I need to watch it. Is it good? Marvel fans are wild. I told my friend who loves Marvel that I didn't see Thunderbolts because I was worried I wouldn't know what was going on because I haven't kept up with Marvel. I think that's fair. As long as you have seen Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Falcon Winter Soldier, you're good. Oh, God. Shang-Chi was good in my honest opinion. Yeah, dude. Shang-Chi was phenomenal. So who is basically champions already or close to it with you picking a leader and building a deck? Yeah, but I think they mean for like solo. You think Trish Stratus will beat Tiffany Stratton now? Also, what is going on with Tiffany Stratton? Because like they won't give her like an honest challenge. It's really weird what they're doing with like their champions. Same with Io Sky. Like they have no idea how to book them. And I love the Agatha All Along. I never watched Agatha All Along, but the Hawkeye show I liked. I thought that was pretty cool with Kate Bishop and whatnot. I hope Trish wins so bad. Why? You need to watch these 14 movies in 3 series? Yeah. Shang-Chi best be OP when they put him in Marvel Champions? I hope so. Thunderbolts is one of the better ones they've done, but do you need to know some stuff you need to know? Yeah. I'm excited to watch Thunderbolts eventually. It's interesting from Cowboy Bebop creators, so it's good, but not Bebop. So I don't like Cowboy Bebop. I do not find it that good. Trish looks amazing for her age, yeah. Yeah. If you really want Shang-Chi, check out Design Hackers Custom. Very cool. I love Hawkeye, but a lot of people didn't see how like Thunder people just have things they like. Gasp. Just not for me. I made it 3/4 of the way through Cowboy Bebop, and I was like, "Oh, this is just like a generic TV show for the '90s, which is a bunch of random episodes." Okay. James Madison is one of the future MCU films. You like Spy Family? Yeah, 100%. Though I'm. Where are they on now? Season 3? Because I think I'm still in season 2. Because I'm trying to finish Frieren. And I'm very slowly making my way through it. And then I started watching the Persona animes. I don't know why. They're not that good. I've played the game. If you squint your eyes while watching Trigun, you think you're watching Cowboy Bebop? Are you trying to sell me on it or not? Becky Lynch or Bailey or Valkyria? Bailey or Valk. Actually, I don't hate Becky Lynch. I think she's fine. I just like other people more. Trigun is great, yeah. The original Trigun was good. I don't think I ever watched it. Was kind of mid compared to the manga, which was great. Dan to Dan at the moment. Nice. I don't think I watched that either. I'm waiting for Demon Slayer movie. That's where my life's at. And then trying to avoid spoilers for 3 months or however long it takes for us to get it. And then waiting for the next season of Jujutsu Kaisen. If you like wrestling, you gotta try out Book It card game. Definitely my favorite ongoing manga at the moment. Oh yeah, I've seen Book It. Here we go. Murderbot, Apple TV, and books. Is it good? I saw ads for it. I was like, yeah, it looks fine. I kind of like Valkyria. I think she's good. I think she's a very talented wrestler. I actually think, in general, the women's division is much stronger than the men's division in WWE. Love Jujutsu Kaisen. I pretty much only watch Demon Hunting anime, and that's fair. People were okay. So I was. This is a really random side note. I was in a Twitch stream, and I really liked the streamer. It's a speed rusher for Final Fantasy VII. He's very, very good at it. and he was asking for anime. So I just like my casual self. I was like, hey, Jujutsu Kaisen's really good. And I just got a dog piled on by the chat. They're like, that anime's trash. That anime's trash. Trash, 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 trash. So I was like, okay, then what's like a better show then? And they were like, Solo Leveling. Solo Leveling's really good. You should watch that. And I was like, really? You're going to dunk on Jujutsu Kaisen and say Solo Leveling is good? Get out of here. Get out of here. Solo Leveling was the most overrated anime I've ever seen in my life. So then I immediately left his community. Actually, that's not true. I still have it on in the background sometimes, but only when he's doing certain runs. It's solid. They added a ton in the latest expansion for tag teams. Nice. Bebop is my favorite. Just cool and creative one to make a Han Solo feeling anime and nailed it. The music's the best part of it. My favorite anime though of all time is, I mean, it's probably Brotherhood. I mean, it's really good. I don't want to be like that guy because I feel like everyone loves Brotherhood, but it is really good. Oh my god. So I remember WWE Raw deal TCG. I wish I kept my cards. That have been awesome. What about really short and fast paced? Tell novels. I said the books are better. Okay. So Shpee, I thought you said my kid turned me on to Jujutsu Kaisen and I enjoyed it a lot. I watched season 2 before she died, is what I thought you wrote. And I was like, oh my god, this got dark fast. And then I realized I can't read. Yeah, it's good. Wait till it keeps going. I've read the manga, so I know the entire story. It's good. It's really good. Murderbot has been solid, but the inner monologue can be kind of Deadpool-like. If it's not over the top, that's not too bad, right? They need a new WWE LCG? God willing. Thank you for not saying Avatar. Avatar's fine, right? It's fine. It's just Brotherhood's the GOAT, as far as I'm concerned. Though, Frieren might make a run for it. I don't like Full Metal Alchemist. Hot take. Think of it like Sanderson problem, where it kills its own momentum regularly by explaining its magic system mechanics. Zamkioti, are you specifically talking about Full Metal Alchemist or Brotherhood? Because with Full Metal Alchemist, I agree. It definitely kills its own momentum. I think Brotherhood works out most of the problems. But I could see that same issue in Brotherhood too. But just not as bad, you know? Cory in the House is the best anime. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Actually, wait. I'm a manga reader. Do you read just on the app or do you like physically buy them? Feels fine except the knees there. Isn't there a website that ranks everyone's favorite anime like consistently? God, what website is it? I hate Google. It knows nothing. Can you imagine being like, dude, Taker's tombstone card took you. I read on the app. Do you read my anime list? Oh, that's what I'm thinking of, I think. Do you read the Show and Jump one, or do you have a different app? I only read on Show and Jump, but obviously that's only for those type of anime, so I feel like I'm missing a bunch. Yeah, it's still Frieren is still ranked as #1. That's wild. Good for it. Frieren, Brotherhood, Steins. Okay, so I only watched the first episode of Steins Gate, and I feel like I had no idea what was going on. What is this? Oh, is this Attack on Titan? Okay. One Piece. Hunter x Hunter I wasn't a big fan of either. Though I only made like 8 episodes. Huh. But yeah, I felt like with Steins Gate, like I watched the first episode or two, and it was one of those things that just threw you in there. And I was like, oh, I need to like really pay attention to like what's going on. That's where you rank your own. Yeah, but they also have the community ranking too. Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy is $4 right now. Let's go. That's with designed by Steins. Does it? Okay, does Steins Gate like eventually like make sense, or do you just have to kind of like figure it out? I have the Show and Jump and Viz apps, and I can find perfectly. No, I get it. I get what you're putting down. That's true. I forgot about the Viz app. I have to check that out. The problem is like I want to get like a tablet. This sounds so dumb, but I want to get a tablet because like I'm reading through DC Comics. Well, I haven't read that in like a month, but I was reading through DC Comics. I was reading through manga stuff, but like on my phone, it's just so hard because like the screen's not that big. But I'm getting a new phone in whenever Black Friday is. And I'll get the Pro Max one. So I'm hoping I can read easier on it because I'm getting old. Chat, I'm getting old. That's all we've learned from all this. Oh well. I haven't gotten into anime. I don't know why. It's just not for some people. That's fine. I liked it as a kid when I was my best friend at the time. You know, actually still one of my best friends. I just don't see him much. But at the time, I go to his house and he always had Dragon Ball Z on, and Naruto on. So it was the thing that was always on in the background while we were doing other stuff. So I just got used to it. And then I stopped watching it for the longest time. And then I got really sick and tired of modern day television shows. Like they just weren't that exciting to me. And they started getting longer, like the Netflix shows, like with like House of Cards and stuff, right? It was like all hour long shows. And like, bro, I don't have an hour to like watch something that much. You know what I mean? So I wanted to get back into like shorter stuff. And yeah, that's kind of what pushed me back into anime. It's just like, it's nice to just watch 20-minute episodes, knock out one or two, and I can move on with my life. You know what I mean? Did you get a tablet? Tablet for comics, bro? I'm telling you, I have not yet. Like I said, I'm going to try to get the bigger phone and see what that helps. I find Marvel Unlimited almost unreadable on the phone, but I love it on my tablet. That's what, yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just, like, it stinks to, like, buy something for that, but. The show continues, as the show continues, parts to fall into place where it makes sense. Okay. All right. I think I have to, like, I'm going to go back and watch the first episode again and like really just like pay attention and try to see if I can find a time period. Because usually on work travel, I can like download a bunch of episodes and just like go through it all. Nothing goes harder than anime intro songs too. I'm getting novels into it because I play it all the time at home. Like, so we have like an Apple Mini HomePod. I don't know what it is. It's a little music player thing from Apple. And like when she's not paying attention, I constantly put on anime theme songs. And now she's like addicted to some of them. Short episodes, Big Bluey guy. Dude, Bluey's phenomenal. Bluey's a goated show. I don't care what anyone says. Top 10 show of all time for sure. Possibly top 5. Have you seen Baccano? No, but I've heard of it. Have you watched K-pop Demon Hunters? No, but I should. Reading 80s X-Men and New Mutants right now. Starting to develop the X-Men as the best Marvel property opinion. Nice. I have to read through some of that stuff. I read the Apocalypse storyline was the last thing I read from it. And it was good. Like, it was really good. I think I'm still partial to Spider-Man, but I think after reading a bunch of the X-Men comics, like I'm starting to get it. Like why people were so into X-Men. Bebop theme song is my ringtone for the longest time. That's awesome. I binged Delicious in Dungeon while sleeping. Oh, while sleeving all of Marvel Champions. Nice. That's a good thing to do. Just binge anime in the background. Room Storyline is one of my favorites. Nice. Get an Amazon Tablet 10 HD. They are way cheaper and pretty big. I don't. Okay. D20 is going to be annoying for a second. I know. D20 is annoying all the time. He's gonna be annoying for a second. I've had several Amazon tablets and they've all died fairly quickly. And I'm just a big part of Apple's ecosystem that I just want to get an iPad. My iPad lasted 8 years. And I think I had 2 Amazon Fire tablets and they each lasted less than 2 years. I think I just had bad luck though. I say outside of Fantastic Four, X-Men has been some of my favorite Marvel stories, consistently good. Nice. Most recent X-Men comics have been top tier Marvel writing. Oh, the recent X-Men comic. I gotcha. Works great too. I got one. I'm so hesitant. How is Guardians of the Galaxy game? Reviews are good, but it's on sale for $6, so that seems not great. Dude, I bought it. I haven't played it yet though. I no longer think Wolverine is overrated. I now think he's appropriately rated. I heard that he starts to have some overexposure problems once the 90s stuff hits, but for now he's amazing. That's awesome. Powers of X and House of X are great, but Jonathan Hickman wrote those, and anything he touches is amazing. For reading and looking at comics, you can use Libby and Hoopla. That's true too. I'm gonna have to have novels teach me how those things work. I think it's starting to Superman War World Saga. Nice. Guardians game is great for $6, full price less so. Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, $6. I was like, even if it's an hour of enjoyment, I feel like that's a win. All right, chat. I was gonna do this a while ago, and then I totally got Libby shout out. All right, so what I want to do today, before I forget, is I wanted to do a Beast No Do That game is one of my favorites of all time, up there with Spider-Man game because of marketing, but it's awesome. These people are pretty good for reading comics. All right. So I wanted, there we go. So I wanted to do this because we finished the first half of the year, obviously, and for the end of the first half of the year, I thought it'd be fun to kind of do like a D20 top 10 board games of all time as of 2025 first half of the year. And the only rule I wanted it to be of is that I had to have played the game this year, right? Because like a lot of times, like Too Many Bones are probably end up on that list or something like that. But I haven't played Too Many Bones in a long time, so does it really deserve it? I don't really know. But I figured it'd just be fun to do kind of like a top 10 list, and because I don't think we've done one in like a really long time on this channel. So anyway, I'm showing the main Board Game Geek screen because what I'm going to be doing is just dragging over each one as we kind of go along here, and it's just, again, awesome. I would like to hear this, but does it include LCGs? It does include LCGs for sure. And I think right now what we're going to do is put them from 10 all the way up to 1, though some in the middle might flip-flop a little bit. This is just like kind of like my gut feeling on each one. I'll explain a little bit about the game for each one and just kind of why I like it, but we won't go in crazy detail because I gotta save something for the end of the year, right? All right. So without further ado, number 10 is Neon Rain. This is a Chip Theory Games game. We know who's number 1 or 2. We do. This is, I guess it's Chip Theory Games, like they're helping distribute it, but it's Manny's game with Neon Night Games, which again I think Chip Theory bought out if I remember correctly. Do they not have images of this game? Oh, they do. They have like the artwork and stuff. But I have a video up on my channel of this. But basically, it's just a duel game where you're playing an arcade, essentially, right? An arcade game, your side versus the other person's side. So you could play 2-player. But you also have an AI opponent if you want to play against them. I think it's pretty well designed. Basically, there's only 2 actions. You either play cards or you draw up to 7 cards. That's really all you do. And then you're trying to either perform combos yourself or use defense tactics to stop your opponent's combos. And you have 25 life and you do damage to each other until one of you has no life, and then the other person is the winner. It is a very lightweight game. It is a very quick game. It does not take very long to play, and I really like that because I am a very busy person overall, and I don't have time for really long games. It's also the box is only like this big. I know it's like a weird sizing thing, but it's a really small box, which is really nice because we've seen so many games that have come out where like the boxes are super large and super whatever. But big fan of this game. Really enjoy it. Highly recommend it, everyone. So, number 10, Neon Knight. Also, let me know, chat, if you have played any of these, your thoughts on these games. I'm always interested in hearing about that. I agree on faster games. Yeah, man, I just don't have time. Like I don't mind slower games now and again, but I just don't have the time like I used to. And now that I'm saying that, we're gonna put the longest game on this list, which is a very long game. Never heard of it, but interested. And I think it's not that expensive, Neon Rain to get. Or at least it used to not be that expensive. But it's let's see. You can buy it on Chip Theory Games currently for 35. Wow, it's really zoomed in for $35 right now. So it's not crazy expensive. I mean, that's not like the cheapest thing in the world, but it's not crazy expensive. I think this is the deluxe edition too, which has like the nicer components and stuff. Well, that's the cardboard, I think. But they have like nicer ones, like they're like wooden basically. It's got nice dials. The card is the PVC card, so you don't need to sleeve anything. You all know I'm crazy about sleeving stuff. You do not need to do it. It's all very neon, obviously based stuff. But yeah, it's really really good. All right, so we're talking about short, but I do have one really long game on this list, and it's because the game is incredibly good. It is incredibly fun. I highly recommend it. It's also another game from Chip Theory Games, and that is Elder Scrolls: The Betrayal of the Second Era. Now its weight, it says it's only 4. I feel like it's much higher than that because it is a crazy game. Really, really tough game. So I love the game and its components. I think it looks absolutely cool. It's so incredibly fun. I still argue to this day that it's the quote unquote better version of Too Many Bones. I know they try to say it's not Too Many Bones related. Not as a dog, but it really is in my opinion. But the whole idea is basically you go out and you quest on this map that you can see here. You jump around, you level up your guy or gal, and you just try to become stronger overall to go beat stuff and do missions. And then when you get to the actual like fighting area board, I think it's well done. It's great. From small box, short games, a huge box, and the longest game time. However, this game is freaking awesome. Elder Scrolls is amazing. Okay, D20, no way. And it's too much. It's a lot. It is a lot. I'm not gonna lie, but it's really good. It's really good, chat. I can't not recommend it enough. But yeah, absolutely phenomenal game. I think the 9.1 ranking, it might be a little high, but for the most part, it's pretty well deserved. But yeah, highly recommend. Betrayal of the Second Era is a commitment with the 3-act campaign versus a one-shot TMB Tyrant. I do agree. I feel like my issue, and maybe because I haven't played the Elder Scrolls as much as Too Many Bones, my issue with Too Many Bones is that the middle part of Too Many Bones, it feels like the exact same thing over and over and over, that it gets really boring to me. Now, Elder Scrolls might hit that point eventually at some time, but it just hasn't yet for me, where I still find it interesting and exciting. But as far as like Too Many Bones, yes. Like Too Many Bones would be the equivalent of playing the campaign mod, not the mod, but the campaign Age of Tyranny, I think it's called, is the box. It'd be like the equivalent of playing that, basically. It will be interesting to see if they come out with the next expansion of the Elder Scrolls to make it shorter, because it is a lot. Definitely my list of things I want to invest in. It's good. It's really, really well done. It's really, really well done. All right. That's our long box. That's a big one. So we went from small, short, to incredibly large, big. My issue with it is solo can be swingy, and I've yet to actively win a campaign. Will, I've also not won a campaign, so I totally feel you on that. I have also not won. It's really sad. It makes me sad. Maybe one day. All right. Let's go back to a small box. Now, the only thing that's sad about this is that, from my understanding, it's almost impossible to find this game, but I think you can print and play this game for free. And that is For Northwood. It's a solo trick taking game. I don't even care for trick taking games that much, but I think this is incredibly well done. But the basic idea is that you're trying to talk to the different animals, and you have a bunch of different suits like any other trick taking game, and there's a line of cards up top with the different animals, and they each have a different number under it, and that corresponds to how many tricks you're supposed to like take. And it's a really cool challenge. I think it's really interesting how it's done. It's got like 4 little animals that give you special powers as well if you want to use them in a round. It's really fun. What even are trick taking games? So when you take a trick, basically you have to like beat something that's on the board, right? So for a lot of trick taking games, like For Northwood, for example, a leaf with a 3 will come on the table. And if you want to take the trick, you have to do better than a leaf 3, right? You have to do a leaf 4 or use a trump card. Usually there's a trump card, and you can only use them for the most part. If like you don't have the original suits. Now in For Northwood, the trump card suit changes based off of which animal you're talking to, so it's kind of changes each round and whatnot. But that's basically how it works. So like with this game, you can see if you look, there's like a 0. This one's covered. There's a 2. There's a 3 under here. This one's 4, 5, 6, 7. That's how many you pick which animal you're trying to talk to. So let's say I'm talking to the animal with a 4 under it. My goal is to get 4 tricks exactly, and then I can like successfully talk to the animal. This one at 0 is my goal is to get 0 tricks, right? And this one's to get 7. And I think you have to talk to the majority, if I remember correctly, or maybe more than that. But that's what it is. It's very quick. I mean, it's a 10-15 minute game. It's a very quick game, but it is a very good game. System is super solid for being completely solo, really thinky. It is really good. And it doesn't take up much space. It's really, really nice. My girlfriend would love that. She loves cute stuff, dude. Yeah. It's so well done. So like I said, you can't really find the game anymore. But I'm pretty sure you can like print and play it for free. So, but again, they had PVC cards, which was really nice, and it was good quality and whatnot. It's like a literally like the size, height, and width wise is that of a deck of cards, but the thickness is like a bit thicker. It's really, really good. I if and when they ever come back and print with it, highly recommend. Really fun game, really enjoyable. There's a Lord of the Rings trick taking game that I've heard is good. I've checked that out. Look up Marvel Regicide PMP. It's the same game. I'll check that out. But yeah, highly recommend. Even if you can print and play it, good game. All right, so my next game, what was that? 10, 9, 8. So this is number 7. It's so popular that it'll come back into print. I think it will too. Once it does, I'm going to be shouting it everywhere so people can get it. Because I know a lot of people like missed out on it. I happened to back it because I was like, oh, I was just in the mood for a small box game. It was like 10, 15 bucks or whatever it was. I got kind of lucky. All right, so 10, 9, 8. So this is number 7. So 7, I think, is the only game that doesn't have a solo option. I don't think this game has a solo option. No, unless it's like a fan-made solo option. But I love this game. I am going to get Novels to play more of this game because I love it so much. And she really likes it too, but hasn't played a ton of it. But if you're looking for a 2-player card game that's pretty quick, snappy, looks visually good, I highly recommend Radlands. I really love Radlands. Thank you for the birthday wishes, Iron. I appreciate it. So Radlands is basically you versus your opponent. The artwork's gorgeous and all that fun stuff. The component's really nice. But you have bases in your back row, and your opponent has bases back row, and you're trying to stack your units in front of your base to attack other said base. There's only a couple things you can do. It's really quick and easy to play. You use water as a resource, so it's got like a whole like Mad Max vibe going on to it. If you get the deluxe edition or whatever it's called, it's got the neoprene mats, it's got the nicer acrylic tokens for it. The cards are really nice. Like everything's really nice. The expansion I haven't messed with too much. That adds extra cards and fixes some of the rules, but I heard it's good. But it's just a fun player versus player game. You can see on these cards that like these 2 cards is really all you need to learn how to play. But yeah, it's great. Radlands is simple enough game to shadow box yourself and play solo. That's true. I mean, you definitely can do it for sure. But the turn sequence is pretty easy. You advance all your events forward and trigger the one that reaches the final spot. You gain your water income and draw a card, and then you do your actions. You play a card, you ability, you junk a card, all that stuff. Great lane battler with excellent artwork. Expansion just came out and highlighted the base camps to be more fair. Highly recommend. That's good that it improves the base camps, because there are some base camps that are a little insane or a little maybe broken. But the artwork is really good. It is really good. It is really, really fun. And like I said, the quality of stuff is really good because it's done by what's their faces? Roxley. I think Roxley does a pretty good job with quality of stuff. So highly recommend it. It's what the inside of the deluxe box looks like, and it's so nice. It's such a nice game. It's really easy to teach. It's one of the things that there is a solo variant from One Stop Co-op Shop. Nice. It's one of those things where it doesn't take that long to teach people how to play. It's pretty simple in the way that it works. And I think that's the nicest thing, especially when you have friends that maybe aren't super, or like significant others that aren't super into like learning really complex like battler games, but they still want to like face each other, right? I think Radlands fits that bill really, really well. So 10, 9, 8, number 7, Radlands. Okay, so number 6, I'm gonna say it now, isn't a great game. I mean, no, I take that back. It's a good game. It's got issues. It's very, very basic. I have a personal hatred for this company because I don't like the way that they work. But I also love this IP more than anything else. And that is the Metal Gear Solid board game from CMON Games. I have a lot of issues with the company. But if you want a game where you are Snake, that's what you are. It is amazing at that. I mean, it feels so good and so clean in the way that it plays. If you played the first game, it feels like you're going through the same missions. It's got the cardboard boxes and everything. It's makes you go through all the famous boss scenarios and play through them. I mean, it's just so cool. I know, like, we're showing right now a bunch of people that painted minis. I wish I was good enough at doing that. But the minis are good overall, well done. Obviously, Giant Metal Gear Rex is amazing. Another game I've been interested in. It's so good. It's so good. It's so much fun. And again, I think if you never got into Metal Gear Solid 1 or don't like it or whatever, I don't think it's worth it. Like, it really does feel like a theme game, right? It's one of those things that, like, if you're into the theme, then it makes a lot of sense. So much nostalgia for Metal Gear Solid, yeah. Is it worth $100 or are they gouging you in price? Okay, I'm going to try to take my personal bias of how much I love Metal Gear Solid. It's probably not worth $100. I know they have the cheaper box that's like 50 or 60, but doesn't come with like the big Metal Gear Rex. And doesn't come with something else, like some artwork in it. If you can save money there, save the money. It'd probably be fine. But yeah. Needs 30-minute cutscenes? If only. You could just reenact them because it's so good. But it is a bit expensive. Hopefully you can find it somewhere cheaper though. I like Gears of War board game. The cards and weapons are kind of cool. Close to the style of game. Nice. Going to PAX Unplugged? I think so. It does come with Smoking Snake. It does not come with Smoking Snake. 0 stars. I know. They want to be health conscious. But yeah, it is fun. Again, you have to like Metal Gear Solid. If you don't like Metal Gear Solid, it ain't worth it. It really is not worth it. All right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. So that's the bottom half of our top 10. Now our top 5. The next 3, to be honest, can kind of go in any order. This is just what my gut said. But if you ask me 2 or 3 days from now, it might change. If you can't smoke, how do you get through the laser sensors? Exactly. Cigarette saved his life multiple times. All right, so for number 5, this is a game that a lot of people have been asking me to play more on stream. We will be playing more on stream. It's a really good deck building game. Not like Marvel Champions is a deck construction game. It's a very good deck builder game. And that is the legendary Marvel Champions deck builder. Now, I love a lot of the expansions. I'm a sucker for the Spider-Man expansions. I think they're absolutely amazing. I still highly recommend that people get the What If box as their first box. Like the core box is fine for what it is, but the What If box I think is much better. Um, it's just good. I really think it's good. But if you can get this box, get this one too. It's completely fine. I think some of the scenarios are a bit easier in the core box than it really is in the What If box. And I really dislike this giant cardboard, not even matte, this cardboard piece of cardboard you play on. But yeah, Alien Legendaries was good. I liked Alien Encounters a lot. Nothing like being chest burst. So I never played them. I wanted to play them because I think they would be good. Would be fun. Billy knows. But yeah, if you can get your hands on, well, I know with Marvel Legendary they're doing the second edition soon, so it might be better to wait for this. The Spider-Man expansions were amazing, very nicely done. Yeah, is the system complicated? That's what I've heard. No, it's very easy to play Marvel Legendary. Legendary just seems a lot easier than Champions, less decision space. Yes, in a way, yes. It's basically the way that the system works. And I guess I should have really explained this with, I didn't explain with Metal Gear Solid the system works, but basically, let me back up for a second. With Metal Gear Solid, you have action tokens and you have player boards, and you put your token on the board and you do said thing, and then the book tells you what the objective is. Really easy game. Really easy in the way to play it. You have some stuff that helps you out with modifiers and whatnot, and you have some cards that are items that help you out. Okay, my bad. Legendary, the way that works is your starting hand side or starting hand is always exactly the same with the amount of shield agents and shield other people. I forgot what they are. It always starts off exactly the same. Then the deck is itself is cards that are made up from different heroes. So like Deadpool or Hawkeye or whomever else, Jean Grey, Phoenix, which are two different people in the game, which is kind of nice. You know, there's a bunch of different Hulks and all that stuff. So basically, they will come out into this bottom group here, and there'll be 5 of them, and you can use points to buy those cards. And this now turns into a classic deck builder where you're using a card, discarding it, putting new purchase cards in your discard pile, shuffling it up, drawing a new hand, do the thing. The way these cards work is they kind of combo off of each other. So I don't think there'll be a good image of it. But oh yeah, wait. So like you'll see up in the top left of a card has different symbols. Certain symbols will combo off of other symbols. So you just have to kind of like know those. Not know them. It's pretty straightforward. But yeah, that's really it. And then you're trying to defeat a mastermind that has like 4 master strikes. So or 5 master strikes, something like that. So you have master strikes, which is to work out for. There's a scheme which you have to work out or work through. Excuse me, but you're just trying to defeat this mastermind at the end of the day. As you defeat them, this villain deck will slowly empty into the main city, and you don't want it to make it all the way through, so you're trying to defeat villains as well as the mastermind kind of at the same exact time. It gets a little more complicated than that. So like I don't think it's like super easy to play. I don't think it's super like straightforward. There is a lot of strategy to it. I think Marvel Champions is more strategic in the sense of what your deck construction is, right? Because you have to really understand deck construction for Marvel Champions and ahead of time and how it's going to work. And the villains are super unique in how their decks work. That's not to say that it's not the case in Legendary. It's a much different feeling. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Legendary. You used to have to basically play two-handed. Now with the What If box, the solo variant's much better than it was back in the original core box. But yeah, it's a deck builder and not a deck construction game, which is the main thing to kind of point out with that. But like I said, we're gonna be streaming this more on the channel, so you'll be able to see how is done. Is it kind of like card drafting? I don't know what card drafting would be technically. Transformers deck building replace Marvel Legendary for me. Okay. Is Legendary expensive? I mean, it can be. They're redoing all of it, so I would just wait for that. Still waiting for DC Legendary to become an official thing. Yeah, like they've They haven't officially announced it yet, except for we know they're partnering and we know they're making games with it. And the rumors are that it's gonna be DC Legendary, and I too am waiting for that because I think it's gonna be really fun, and really really good. But Legendary Marvel Legendary is getting a second core box, a second edition of the original core box. I would just wait for that at this point. The first core box I think you can get like for $50. The What If box is like $40 or something like that. Maybe it's a little different. But the What If box is, I still think, the better one to get. And I like the artwork a lot in the What If. It's like the TV show What If. We can invest from DC from the start and not have elusive expansions. Yeah, elusive expansions. Yeah, that's the other problem with Legendary is like there are certain expansions you just can't get. Like I've tried really hard to get the X-Men expansion and the Secret Wars. I think that's the only one I need, and I can't do it. I finally have my current collection caught up pretty far. Just got everything up to the next evolution of Scarlet Keys and Heart. Nice. Also, welcome to Range. I wish we had DC Champions. Yeah, I don't know if we'll ever get that, but we will most likely get DC Legendary. Is there a core box for Legendary, or can you grab a random box to play? No, there's core boxes. So there is. This is one of the core boxes. You can probably find this on Amazon, and then the other one. Well, actually, there's three, I think. The other one is What If, which is kind of a longer box, and it looks like this. This is the other core box. I think there's a third one too, but it has like movie art. And I don't remember what it's called, but you have to start with one of them. I've thought about getting Masters of the Universe board game. Looks interesting. I'll check that out. I was thinking Illusions, but oh, Masters of the oh yeah. Only new DC card game we got was DC Forever, but it's a PvP game, yeah. But yeah, it's I know Upper Deck, who makes this. Upper Deck got the rights with DC to do stuff with them, so they're doing like baseball card type stuff that they're doing. The rumor is they're going to be doing a legendary base game, not exactly the same, but I think they're also doing a legendary Game of Thrones game, and there's another one that's coming out that looked interesting. I can't remember what it is. I don't remember, but the Game of Thrones one looked pretty interesting. All right, so that's number 5. Moving on to number 4, which could be switched for 5 or 3, is mainly a PvP game. Can be PvE now, can also be solo now. And that is Unmatched. Now I have the Adventures Tales to Amaze. You don't need to use that box. Any of the Unmatched, not any. Most of the Unmatches are pretty good. But Unmatched is such a straightforward game. It's such a good, straightforward game. And it's just fun. It's fun to just battle out against different people. For this Kickstarter one with Tales of Amaze, you can fight the Mothman or the aliens, which is pretty cool. The minis are neat. Really cool system overall for PvP. But any of the Unmatched stuff is good, right? If you got any of the Unmatched games to play each other, really, really fun. It's so incredibly deep in the way that it plays, in my opinion. It's just good. It's just really, really, really good. So excited for DC Unite, which hopefully comes out of the year. Nice. Cryptosonic makes a deck builder. Okay. That's one I haven't done yet. Yeah. Unmatched is so good. Robin Hood, my guy in this. Yeah, Robin Hood's really good. Really fun. It is funny because like some of the heroes are like really unbalanced. Like there's some super strong ones and some super weak ones, which oh well. But it's a system that they still support. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles coming out real soon, so get hyped for that. Also Bruce Lee and Muhammad Ali. Kind of excited for that too. So such a great system. Only not happy with the price gouging for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Yeah, you figure it's gotta be expensive. I was just able to get a hold of Robin Hood versus Bigfoot. It's on the way. Nice. It's good. Unmatched is great grab and play game. Game lasts about 30 minutes. It's phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal. And it's one of those games where you can teach so quickly how to play it. Like that's the biggest thing is like I'm really just past the point in my life where like if I'm sitting down with like a bunch of people after a long night, I just want to teach them a quick game. And I could teach you how to play this game in like 15 minutes. Right? It's so amazing in the way that it's done. Bruce Lee is back. He's going to be back. Hold on. Oh yeah, the Witcher set's really good too. So they have Do they have it here? There we go. It's announced coming in 2025. You have to sign up for it, but it's Muhammad Ali and Bruce Lee 2-pack. I played my friend today. This Doctor Strange made my She-Hulk with big attack and unmatched. The Saurus. Beowulf, Loki, banger character. Bruce Lee versus Ali. Can't wait. We need a Chuck Norris board game. God willing. It's got a digital version, but not as much content, but decent amount. Nice. Rip people who brought Bruce Lee solo. Yeah. There's like a lot of them were talking about like if they should try to sell it or not. So is there any good Batman card games? Oh, not for solo, only PvP. Cryptozonic does it. It's a PvP game. Beast Nova is in chat, knows a lot more about it because he's played it. But as of now, there's not a ton of Batman IP. I think they're slowly figuring out they should be doing it because Marvel's crushing it with it. Batman Flex are great too. Nice. What's this game called? Unmatched. Or the Batman one? I don't know what the DC something. I forgot what it's called. I have like 5 Batman games. They're not really card games though. Josh, do you know what the DC card game one is called? That's been recent by Cryptozonic. Love letter Batman. Excuse me. Deceased? No, it's yeah, DC Deck Builder. Is that what it's called? Yeah, the DC deck building game. Game from the 80s. The game is so okay. So now we enter our top 3. Our top 3 games of all time that we played this year. I mean, see, that's fine. So number 3. Love this game. I know this isn't for everyone because it is a TCG, but if you weren't to get into TCG, I highly recommend this one because it's so incredibly good, which is Star Wars Unlimited. Swoo is phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal game. It's honestly to this point for Novels and I, like we don't play One Piece as much. We don't play we really don't play Lorcana that much anymore. Magic the Gathering will play a little bit with the cloud stuff, but I don't think we'll really do much with it. But Swoo is just so well balanced. It's so fun. It's just so good. Money Pit? Nah, I mean, you just got to hold off. Just buy the starter sets and buy one booster box and call it a day, right? Don't try to chase every single card. Just have some fun ripping some packs. That'd be the one. That's fine. It's so good. The artwork is a little clunky, which I don't love, but it is just a fun game. Like it's really enjoyable deck build for. It's really cool, especially if you're a Star Wars fan. I love it. I absolutely love this game. The way Swoo works essentially is like any other TCG where you use some of your cards as resources, you put them down, you can tap them, right, to help pay for future cards in the future, to do events or put characters out there. The one special thing about it is that they have leaders, and that when you have a certain amount of resources down on the table, you can basically be able to swap your leader as a unit, and then that leader can go do things like attack bases and all that fun stuff. And the way you lose is your base goes down to 0 life. That's how you lose. So you're just really trying to defeat the other person's base. The leader can be defeated as a unit, but will always stay in the game, so you can't like truly defeat a leader all the way. But yeah, it's really, really well done. You also play online solo versus Dragon cards. Finally got around to it, and I'm convinced that's the best TCG I've ever played. Fingers crossed they come out with a solo snare like Keyforge or Lorcana. I really hope they do. I really hope they do. I think there's some cool things they could do in the solo space with it, but who knows? Who knows? I really want them to. But yeah, huge fan of Swoo. I understand it's a lot. TCGs isn't everyone's thing, but if you're ever going to get a TCG, even if you just get the starter decks, I think it's worth it because it's a lot of fun. It's really, really cool. All right, top 2. Number 2, this really shouldn't surprise too many people. Ashes Reborn, specifically the solo mode for it. This is the most beautiful game that I own. It is absolutely fantastic. Ever since they added the solo mode to it, I think it's that much better. But even if you play as a PvP game, I think it'd be good. The whole way the system works is pretty simple, really. You have a bunch of dice that kind of look like this, and you can have any amount of 10, right? So you can have 10 dice, and you can do it from all sorts of different colors or one color or whatever. And these are basically your resources. So you'll roll all these dice, and then you use the dice to pay for your different cards as a main action or a side action. Each round or each turn, you can only do one main action and maybe one side action if you want to. And you play these different cards, and you can create different like allies out there. You can put spells out there. You can do whatever else. And you're trying to defeat the other person's Phoenixborn, which is like your leader. Now, your leader doesn't really do much. They have a skill ability, and like a few other things, but they don't really like go out and attack each time or anything like that. With the Red Rains expansion, it allows you to take on other enemies as well. Which the solo, I've always said this, the solo variant always felt like a chess match to me, where it's a longer game. You really have to think through things. But man, when you go through it, it's like really fantastic. It's really, really good. I'm waiting for something new still yet. SWU is tempting, but I have a feeling the next big thing is on the horizons. Maybe. SWU, I know it prints a lot of money for them. So, but yeah, PvP, I think it works fine. Never really played it. Like I said, I've only played PvE really as true solo. And you can play 2 people versus the PvE mechanic. So if you just want to team up, you could do that too, which would be super fun. But yeah, it's just a gorgeous game. It's a thinky game because you kind of know what you're going to do, and you kind of know what your enemy's going to do on the solo route. So it's one of those things where I know, generally speaking, what they're going to do. Like I'm pretty sure I know what it is. So I think it's I think it's one of those things where, because you know kind of what the route they can go and you know what you can do, you can think several turns ahead like chess, and it gets really tiring. So don't do the rest of the list, D20. Please don't. Why? Marvel Champions won't be in the top 10. You never know. So yeah, it's just phenomenal the way that it works. I highly recommend. Any fun characters for beginners? Any of them is fine. Any of them. Just get the core box or Red Rains expansion. It's the best way to do it. Is it like a more elaborate Dice Throne? So Dice Throne, Dice Throne's Yahtzee, right? Essentially. That's not a knock on Dice Throne, but that's what it is. This is more like playing what's the best way to phrase it? I don't even know if it's really like anything else. It's not Dice Throne, because Dice Throne, you're rolling a lot more. In this game, you'll roll your dice maybe 5 times, 6 times, right? Depending on how long you take. It's literally playing a PvP deck builder game or deck construction game. It's a PvP deck construction game. But instead of using cards as a resource, excuse me, use your dice as resources. And you can mitigate your bad dice rolls by like throwing away certain cards and doing different things. So there's ways to mitigate the bad luck. But you also spend more time with your hand than you do in Marvel Champions, right? Marvel Champions, you're throwing away your hand each round. Most deck builders are throwing away your hand each round. Ashes, you're taking several turns with your 5 cards. So you spend a lot more time with those cards, and you really have to think through the order in which you put your cards out, right? Marvel Champions, it may not matter what the order of your cards is as much as something like an Ashes is. Is who here doesn't play Marvel Champions anymore? I'm sure there's a few people. But yeah, highly recommend. It's phenomenal. Get the core box, get Red Rains, or wait for Ascendancy to come out and get it when it's on retail, so you can get it cheaper. But really good game. We'll play more of it on stream, but it's definitely a thinky game. And it's Plaid Hat. They deserve your money. They have said that their stuff will never go out of print. You can always print on demand their stuff, which I think is worthy of respect. It's a game that is now over 10 years old, and if you want an expansion, they will sell it to you. And I think that's the right way to do business so that you never get FOMO. So you don't have to worry about, do I have to buy it all right now? Don't have to worry about that. So, but yeah, great game. All right, number one. Not even going to tease it. Why even tease it? It's Marvel Champions. If you watch this channel, you probably know what Marvel Champions is. But in case you don't, you get to be one of your favorite heroes, or Spider-Man, or Tony Stark, or She-Hulk, or whomever. Where basically you construct the deck ahead of time and you're trying to defeat the villain before that villain defeats you or your main scheme crosses a certain threshold. I mean, honestly, it's probably right now the best game at making you feel like that hero. When we talk about Marvel Legendary makes you feel like you are managing the heroes. But Champions makes you feel like you are that hero. So it kind of depends on what you want to do. So yeah, it's really fun the way it plays. Can be a little bit long, but it plays well true solo. It plays good 2-player, 3-player, 4-player. It is PvE. You should just put your tokens up as number one. I know, right? That'd be a good one. But yeah, the accessories with the game are phenomenal, but you can pick different aspects to try and change what your hero does, which I think are really cool. Are Doctor Strange, Maria Hill, and Loki in this game? They sure are. They sure are. I hear a lot of people like them too. Loki's even getting a new expansion. So there are a lot of expansions. The game is thriving. It's doing really well right now. And it's pretty popular. So there's a lot of stuff coming out. Next one will be Civil War, which I'm personally hyped for, which I think will be fun, which will add PvP. So we'll see how that goes. Who knows? It might be great. I have no idea. But yeah, I think as deck construction games go, especially if you're not big into constructing decks, because your hero starts with a mandatory 15 cards, where you have to use those cards, it's an easier game to get people into deck construction, I feel like. I feel like a lot of people that struggle with deck construction will really like this game because it's just easier to get into. And I really appreciate about this game. And again, every single hero feels super unique and different. All the villains feel super unique and different. It's really, really great in the way that they did it. Really, really good. So that's my top 10 of my games of the first half of 2025, games that I've played this year. Like I said, make sure you let me know your favorites down below. Hit the like button, hit subscribe, do all that fun stuff. Check the links. See you all next time, YouTube. Wait. I missed something. I was just going to think the way Captain America and Iron Man and new stuff begin the old hero thing. I don't know. Gasp. I've been searching for, oh, wait. Magic, you said, is it a reboot? It's not a reboot. It's like a continuation. But you can start from Ascendancy. I've been searching for a game that I enjoy as much as this game, and just everything comes up short. I'm starting to like Arkham nearly as much, but Champ is still the GOAT for me. Nice. Daredevil is next. Next to never. Soft reboot with a different solo mode, but some mechanics will probably be updated in the Ascendancy. The mechanics are a little bit different, like 90% the same. Civil War is Caleb, so expecting something at least good, yeah. Civil War 100% is the old hero, new tricks. We're not getting a new Captain America, Steve Rogers. I think we will eventually, Devin. I mean, they've kind of said we will. If they don't ever do a new Captain America, like Steve Rogers, I think there's serious issues then. I dare them, Daredevil. Yeah, good list. Appreciate it. I'll have to check out Neon Reigns. Probably the one that piqued my interest the most. Neon Reigns is cool, dude. It is a really cool game. We played it once, I think. I have a video of it. Where I teach you how to play it. And it's not hard. I wanted to play. Quiet, D20. Less talking. You gotta do a Fantastic Four. I think they will soon. FFG announces Daredevil. All his cards and text are blank. Official response: we know we can't live up to the hype, so we decided that you Daredevil yourself. No, that it's all blank because he's blind. Yeah. I just got a small ad as soon as you say Captain America. Shocker. They'll bring a printout. Blank cards and Ka. Just write it the way you need to win. They didn't exclusively say playable hero. They said you'll see him again. Wait, we can look this up. Because now I need to know. Now you've piqued my interest. If they don't reprint him, then they're just leaving money on the table. Like that's just not a smart move, in my opinion.
This before you mentioned reprinting specific cards that people like, but obviously with both Arkham Horror and Marvel Champions, there are characters in both that people really identify with and feel a strong attachment to. Is there a possibility of revisiting some of these things in the future once they're out of print? Thinking of like a specific.
Hold on.
Specifically about reprints. I know that we talked about this before. You mentioned reprinting specific cards that people like, but obviously with both Arkham Horror and Marvel Champions, there are characters in both that people really identify with.
Daredevil should be Braille. Agreed.
Is there a possibility of revisiting some of these things in the future once they're out of print? Thinking of like a specific hero or an investigator, you're like, this has always been my Arkham Horror person. Can I have them again at some point?
We've actually had something like that in the LCG in form of like parallels and abilities to revisit or visit investigators in multiple different forms. So honestly, like looking at it with this more ephemeral mindset, it gives us.
They've been committed printing my proxies,
characters and revisit concepts that should hopefully feel really exciting.
Dude, really that's awesome.
Yeah, and we'll be doing the same in Marvel. But we are going to be doing revisits of heroes. We're not going to make minor changes, tweaks around the edge, and then reprint the same kit. We want to give you a brand new experience with Captain America or Doctor Strange or whomever we are designing for, so that you feel like as a long-term player that it's still an exciting product for you to pick up and for you to get these heroes back to the table, even if you haven't played them for years, because their other version came out 5 or more years ago.
For sure. And I think that's a really good point. And that's not saying that there's not going to be other new stuff too. It's not all revisiting. Right. We're not just repackaging things and tweaking it. There's going to be a bunch of new content as well.
Yeah, there are a lot of exciting heroes in Marvel Champions, which I'm
Tigra
sure
and
many of you are
Hulkling
putting in the chat right now that we still definitely want to get to, and we will be in the very near term. So we want to strike a balance between making sure that the most visible, highest tier names are on the shelves, but at the same time we're still bringing new and lesser known characters out that people who love them can finally get their hands on them.
I mean, so that's heavily alluded to that they're going to be redoing Cap. You're right; they don't fully come out and say it, but I think that's a pretty heavy. I was going to say an illusion, alluding to it. So I think they will. I don't know. We'll see. I totally recognize the concept now. You can get Captain America as a villain, so be quiet and be happy. I know, right? I know. Either way, it's not a good business practice. They have committed to me printing on copies, and if they don't do Beast or an actual Professor X deck, I don't think you're going to see X-Men stuff for a long time, dude. Falcon needs a revisit. I need to play more. D20 is torturing us again? I know. New experience. Putting Cap on ice. But I like the older versions too, I know. Also, welcome Jerome. Venko, welcome. New experience. You have the same. That's gonna be the kicker too. Is it's gonna be the same artwork. That's gonna be painful. Only Jim or whatever has the tablet. Yeah, right. Until I hear it fully, I won't believe it. That's fair. What's interesting is like how much longer they wait until Captain America and Doctor Strange come back out. Like maybe end of next year. I'm actually looking forward to Hulkling. I want to see what they do. So okay. Because I know I'm going to get in trouble by people. I don't care that they're doing Hulkling and Tiger. I really don't. again, I'm a firm believer that if it's interesting and the mechanics are cool, 100% on board. I think the bigger issue with it is how much people are waiting for Daredevil, Fantastic Four, Blade, Punisher, so much Spider-Man stuff, so much X-Men stuff, right? There's like just a lot of other things I think people would rather have, but I'm not like against the things existing. Like I think it's perfectly fine. Just say you don't want to print the old stuff. Yeah, they kind of admit it in that interview. If they don't mean playable hero there, they're incredibly slimy and disingenuous with words. It wouldn't be the first time they've kind of done stuff like that. Yeah, they came into the hall. Multiverse expansion, then they'll do a new Captain Strange. There you go. Where's my Kingpin box? There's another one. Have to complete. Do you think they're setting themselves up for repackaging of Champions like they did with Arkham, consolidating heroes and scenarios into big boxes? They've done it in international markets, and I think it'd be a smart move for them to do. I don't know why they wouldn't, but I don't know. I honestly think they want to kill off all the old stuff. I don't think they're going to repackage any of the old stuff. Call it a gut feeling. I've said this before, and this logically makes sense to me, but it does pain me, is that I think personally the end of this year is the end of Marvel Champions as we currently know it. And I do not believe that when 2026 starts, that the current phase, which will be just start, right? The current and legacy phases, or current environment and legacy environment, I apologize, technically start 2026, right? That was the whole article they wrote, and it's actually starting then. I do not think the current phase goes back 3 years or 3 cycles or whatever to 2023 or 2023. I think it starts there. And I think Tony is going to start it there and have his way with the game moving forward. So I don't see any repackaging of older stuff. I don't see any redoing of the old stuff. That's it. I think when it's gone, it's gone. It's funny is I just pulled my stuff out because Civil War, then hear about the current format. Yeah. Daredevil, Fantastic Four, yeah. But why Captain America, Doctor Strange, Sinister Modes, but not the Red Skull out of print? Why not Expansion 2 out of print? Just doesn't make sense why certain ones are out of print. So there could be several reasons for it. With Captain America, or I'm sorry, Rise of Red Skull, it could have been the same amount of print numbers as Sinister Motives, but it just didn't sell as well or something like that. We really don't know what the sales figures are. But yeah. The issue I think with the X-Men stuff is that X-Men had special licensing to it, so it's kind of weird of how it works. So I don't think a lot of that stuff will be reprinted. A lot of people are like, no, they'll keep reprinting that stuff. I don't think they will. I have no insider information on this whatsoever, but it feels like they're kind of done with that. I'm still waiting on Squirrel Girl, #NutPunch. They don't know how to simply put, we can't afford to print old product, so go out now and get ASAP and get angry at us. Never mind that Cap is already sold out. What's funny too is, because I can't watch anymore in the interviews, when they say, like, don't rush out and buy all this stuff. It's like, what? Like, actual quote from that discussion. It also felt like just such a left field hero duo for the Civil War box. Yeah, I hope there's like a bigger reason of why they're doing them. But I do think, a part of me thinks that they want to save things for the current environment 2026, right? A lot of people are skeptical of the current environment starting 2026. Like a lot of people are. If you look on Reddit, there are people selling their collections constantly. On eBay, there are constant massive sales of people's collections because they think it's going to flop. That's the only reason you sell your collections, because you're like, I'm done with it. I don't think it's going to be worth more in the future. I'm just ripping the Band-Aid off now. And I think they need all the stuff in 2026 in the current environment moving forward to do well. So I think that's why we're getting quote unquote unnamed or unknown heroes now, because they need to save the big ones to make sure that the current environment does really well. And it's an easy way to make sure it does well. I think if you start with, I don't know, let's just say in 2026, you start with the Fantastic Four, right? If you had Fantastic Four expansion, followed by the Daredevil expansion with a couple of reprints in there, followed by, I don't know, whatever else, Punisher and more Street Defender type stuff. Like everyone's gonna be like, the current environment's the best thing in the world, right? But if the current environment started with like Hulkling and Tigra, or like a bunch of reprints of Captain America, you'd be like, is it? So I don't know. I think that's their game plan. If the next phase or whatever ends up being incompatible with older content, I'll probably hop at Champions. So it'll work. It'll just be broken. Most likely. Do you think X-Men stuff will start in Legacy or current? I think everything is in Legacy. Just a gut feeling. Everything is in Legacy. I'll show you why. Oh my god, Fantasy Flight Games website so slow. This is the slowest website. All right, so I am trusting them at their word when they say this. So this is from Nate French, which is one of the lead designers. Probably one of the best designers. Okay, an ETA for the likely launch of the current environment as the official format is early 2026. I think the reason I phrase it this way is because it's going to be coinciding with the most recent thing. Until then, you can continue to enjoy your games as always, playing with a single environment that contains every card. Right? You can read this whole article if you want, but basically, I think this is them admitting that the current environment starts then. And it doesn't go back a few years. I know a lot of people are hoping it goes back a few years. I see no reason for it to. I see it starting then because that's when it becomes Tony's game and no longer Caleb's game. And I don't even blame them for that, to be honest. Like, that makes the most logical sense. When they got the X-Men, they had to drop everything they were in the middle of designing and start doing X-Men the next day. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how well known that is known, but yeah. We are reprinting nothing, so buy anything. Captain America 2000. Civil War testbed for running player villains. Maybe. I think a part of it's a test for Caleb because I think he's gonna end up doing a PvP game. All we know about Caleb is he's not doing an LCG. Unless they're repackaging the game, that might explain them saying don't rush out and buy it. I do not understand how they do not do a second version of a core or another version of a core box in 2026 with the new environment. I just don't understand that logic. I think they should. Because if you want to redo things, one of the things you should redo is Spider-Man Peter Parker and make him a web warrior. This is something everyone has begged for. But if you're using the old core box, there's no reason to sell a hero pack of Spider-Man and redo it. Like they I mean, they could do it hypothetically, I guess, but I just feel like they wouldn't. And if it's not Legacy, it will be day one. Yeah. Yep. I can see them saying that as the dissuade people from buying the new repackaged game if they have all the old. I don't know, just theory. And Cyber, maybe that's the case, but they should tell people that. Like, that's my biggest issue. And, like, I agree with your logic, Cyber. I think that's definitely a way to go. But it would just be nice if they said, like, hey, 2026. But then I guess what they're worried about is that no one would buy anything else in 2025 then. So it puts them in a weird spot. My understanding is Civil War is the last box of the past era, and the Legacy system starts 2026 onward, which is what you're saying too, I believe. Yep, 100%. Josh, you and I agree 100%. So current will only have one expansion and maybe one starter set. That's not a lot of replayability. I think Civil War would be in it then. No, I will put money on it that Civil War is not. But the thing is, so Devin, current can play with Legacy. Like you could just play it all together. There is no difference. The problem with the current environment is basically like they're saying from a design perspective they're not balancing everything else, which I believe in. They're probably not, but it's really so they could just let things fall off. Like that's really it. Like on this channel, we're just gonna play whatever we feel like whenever we feel like it, and it's not gonna affect the vast majority of players. So the idea that won't be replayability is just that it'll be the same amount of replayability as everything, depending on what you can buy, I guess. Basically, the thing after Civil War doesn't technically have to be backwards compatible with cards before it. Yeah. His PvP Star Wars deck building game was kind of clunky but fun. It had some decent ideas. Yeah, it wasn't bad. I didn't play the second one, but the first one wasn't bad. I think a Spider-Man hero pack would be a good idea. Do black suit Spider-Man and make him web warrior. Yeah. Yeah, see them saying a new environment begins. They have to have some sort of revise or something. That's what I would assume. Especially if they launch 2026 with a new core box with Fantastic Four or something. That'd be my money. If I was a betting man, if you were going to relaunch a core box, you start with Fantastic Four. It's a good way to start the current environment, get people hyped. And there's 4 heroes in the Fantastic Four, and you have 4. Put them in a box, right? The only reason the original core box had 5 is because there was supposed to be 5 aspects originally, and they ditched one at the last minute. So put 4 in, 4 aspects, 4-player game, makes the most sense. People like Fantastic Four, and then go. Do you think they're doing it to balance PvP too? I don't know. You know, I was wrong about PvP. I never thought they would add it. They did. I don't think so, but I don't know. The thing will have such boring mechanics. What's he gonna do? Just like hit things? Be like a worse Hulk? Maybe when people talk they want a better Hulk, they're just like, well, we gave you a thing. Isn't thing good enough? It's clobbering time. No. It's gonna be interesting. Seems just like you're facing bosses. Yeah, it's a little weird how they're doing it. I will go off if I discover they give the things all Hulk's original card. That'd be hilarious. That would be hilarious. I'm hoping. What my big hope is that they starting 2026. Okay. Fantasy Flight Games, you're watching this. Just do this. This is free marketing from D20. What you should do is the start of the current environment 2026 with a new expansion. Have a big thing that just talks about how, hey, this is the start. We're beginning from here on. Like, hopefully it's a new core box. Yeah. This is everything moving forward, and just lay out the plan. Because the problem is what they're probably going to do is just allude to a bunch of things and vaguely talk about it, but not explain that is like, okay. I'm going to put money on that we will not know if the X-Men or Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. or Civil War is a part of the current environment or not, because they won't tell us. I think they're just like, I don't ever think they're going to say like, hey, this is the end of current environment 1 and now we're starting current environment 2. It's just going to kind of fall off. And I think that's going to be the most frustrating thing for people, is that they're not going to know what's going on. And I wish they would just lay it out and tell us what it is. But I highly doubt they will, because they have yet to do this with anything ever. And I think a part of it's corporate issues too. So I don't even blame the lower end employees. They're just trying their best, you know? But just lay out what it is. Just say, this is the start of it. This is what it's going to be moving forward. This is what we're doing, blah, 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 blah. That's really all they have to do. It's for their own design reference of how they're redesigning cards, not necessarily how we play with the cards. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Because again, I think they want people to play the legacy environment. I think they want the current environment to exist so that they don't have to balance cards, and they want the legacy of the environment to exist so you can play however you want to play. It's like a really weird thing they're trying to do. Because I mean, really, it's trying to make it like a TCG, essentially, right? TCGs do the same exact thing with the old, like Lorcana is doing this now, and people are getting pissed because they're basically saying like a bunch of the old expansions you can't use in tournament play anymore or whatever. Or they're doing it soon, I guess. I haven't really kept up on the news, so. But yeah, a bunch of stuff you can't do anymore, you can't use anymore, and like people are just like, well, that stinks. But that's how TCGs work, right? The old stuff falls off eventually. or they change the design so much that the old stuff doesn't make sense to use. I think they're trying to do the same exact mechanic with Marvel Champions because it's just cheaper. It's just a pricing thing. So, oh well. Oh well, we'll see. We'll see. And who knows? Maybe I'm wrong about everything. I've been wrong a bunch, so you never know. Just have them hire you. I applied to be their head of marketing. I applied to be in their marketing in general. I did not receive a phone call. It is very, very sad. Actually, it's probably better. It's probably better for everyone. That's what drove me nuts about that stream. Is clearly a pricing thing, yet they dance around the concept so much and wouldn't just say it. Yeah. Yep. It's 100% pricing issue. They just don't want to financially support it. And the thing is, like, because they can't say that. I get that they can't say this. They've been saddled with so much debt from Embracer that, like, they have... There's only two ways to make your books look good, right? Raise prices to generate more revenue. Cut products and cut expenses, right? There's only two ways to make your P&Ls look good. So they can only raise prices so much. They can only put out so much content. So what's the easy way to basically drive down your expenses? You don't print the old stuff anymore, especially if it's going to sit on shelves and not go anywhere. So that's what it is. They had a game fail. Who? Fantasy Flight Games? They've had a bunch fail, I believe. They have a bunch that haven't succeeded. Those are the guys that actually keen to invade and start wars and motives and nag the president to make preemptive strikes. Yeah, but you're starting a war for defense. It depends what you mean by fail, and also in what reference to. A lot of copyright issues they had. Yeah. I think I could fill it. But yeah, but for those that don't know, like, Embracer is all right. So there's Fantasy Flight Games, FFG. How many Star Wars games? I know, right? Fantasy Flight Games is owned by Asmodee. Asmodee was owned by Embracer. They were definitely owned by Embracer. I don't know if they still are. Embracer spun them off, and they might not be owned by them anymore, but they gave them like $1 billion of debt. Because Embracer, all they know how to do is run up debt because they're a really poorly run company. But don't worry, they kept their CEO and gave him a raise. So Asmodee has all this debt, and some of that debt goes to Fantasy Flight Games. So Fantasy Flight Games has to, like, stop the debt, basically. I've got my FFG dirt that I can never talk about. It's got nukes ready for launch. Just give me the word, Mr. President. Oh my God. We bring it all down. I'll expose the truth about Hasbro and FFG went head to head on Imperial Assault. I feel like that's a battle you're not gonna win. It's crazy to see what FFG was and how it is now. Ever since they sold, man. Ever since they sold. Actually, does Embracer still own Asmodee? Give us the captain, wipe away the 10. Okay, so Embracer no longer owns Asmodee. So yeah, Asmodee's been officially spun off and began trading independently on NASDAQ Stockholm. So you can now own... Actually, how much is Asmodee? Asmodee stock ticker. What are they worth? Can I just buy Asmodee? I don't know what this currency is. 125 something. SEK. Okay. SEK to USD. Oh, it's $13? Bro. All right. I need this channel to become bigger. Okay. Here's the new plan, chat. We need this channel to generate more revenue. And I will just buy out Asmodee. And I will just be owning it. I'll be the majority shareholder. And all we're getting from here on out with Marvel Champions. It's just Valkyrie reprints. It's called the Kool-Aid Man. FFG used to be the gold standard board gaming. Yeah. Just stop the debt. If only, dude. COVID era board game boom has popped the bubble. Yeah, that's very true, Sam. Blizzard and Activision. Yeah, basically. Do it by Asmodee. I know, right? Combined $8. I mean, hold on, wait. Oh, chat. They were down to $88. Hold on, wait. How far back does it go? Man, they really started crushing it this year. What the heck? Is Asmodee more financially stable than I thought? All right, I'm going to figure out how to trade on the Stockholm NASDAQ and get this. Got whopping bit. Yeah, I know. Valkyrie reprints and change the retaliate ruling for the final time. That's true. Okay. Valkyrie reprints. Retaliate ruling will finally be correct. So will Toe-to-Toe. I'm going to throw that wrench in there just to mess with everyone. And then everything will be Spider-Box related in the future. Hopefully you all like Spider-Man. And my biggest twist of everything is I'm never going to print Daredevil, but I'm going to allude to Daredevil in every announcement so that you all think Daredevil is just around the corner. But it'll never happen. He'll never come. A huge company plan for the future probably helped them a ton with their valuations. Okay. I gotta figure out how I can get on this Stockholm Stock Exchange. I'm gonna start buying this stuff. Wait, how much? Where's ChatGPT? How much stock do I have to own to get on the board of directors for Asmodee? Never gonna print Daredevil, pure evil. I know. Okay, Asmodee follows the Swedish corporate governance. The 5 largest shareholders by voting power are invited to nominate candidates of the nomination committee. I don't really care. How much do I need to own? I'm an American. 5 to 20%. Okay, so how much stock do I need to have 10% of the company? You could make Spiders, man. Oh, God, yes. All right, I need 23.4 million shares. So that's only $275 million American. Chat, we're right there. We're right there. If we all invest together, we could get enough. I'm convinced. I just sold my condo. I had money to burn. I mean, invest. So I spent my last $270 million on coffee. That's fair. I could contribute one crisp $20 bill. It's a good start. It's a good start. Soon. Man, if we would have gotten it when it was $80, we could have saved like $30 million. If the stock price was 80 American, how much would it be? So if it was back down to $80. To own Asmodee at $80 per share. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, not 80 American. I mean 80 SEK. A nice shot at shiny 2 pence. Love it. It would have been $177 million. Chat, we didn't have to pay an extra $90 million because I missed it by 3 months. Just can't win, man. We're practically there if we all sell Captain America, Doctor Strange, and Sinister Motives. Is there a Sean Connery voice? You know what I say when you ask for Oh my god, I love it. I love it. Does Robinhood let me trade on the the stock exchange out there. Asmodee. No. Let me trade in the Swedish stock exchange or Robinhood. Just ask Elon. Yeah, him and I are real tight. Actually, it would be funny if I could pitch that to Elon. Because what's $200 million to him, right? That's like nothing. What's that dude worth? A lot more. So just be like, Elon. I'll find someone else to have one of your kids again. Just let me be the majority shareholder of Asmodee. So we all buy a lottery ticket. Buy Disney, buy board game industry. That's a Chris $20 to hit. Knowing the Swedes is not for everyone's stock exchange. How can I? Oh, wait. Where's ChatGPT? How can I, as an American, trade on the Swedish stock exchange? International broker. Okay. I can open a broker account. Buy Swedish stocks via U.S. listing depository receipts. Available as that's fine. Oh, okay. So I just need to open a brokerage account. Chat, this is the long term. This is my future retirement plan. Dump out the 401k. Put it into Asmodee stocks. I'm going to go back to my proxy printing business idea. Will this now go against my company's interest the second I own stock in it? So I'm going to ask you when I do own stock in them to stop that. All right, chat. It's almost midnight. I'm tired. Please, can you be on the stream when you tell Novels the plan so we can see your reaction? Yeah, we could talk to her about it. I mean, if we save up our $80 a day, we'll be at $256 million in no time. If we all mowed each other's yards, we can raise enough money. I need a lawnmower with a electric panel on it, like an electric solar panel on it, so we can save on gas too and oil. Oh goodness. Would it be hilarious? What would be hilarious? Novel surpasses you in 2 years. For what? Live streaming? Be great. I can't wait to meet the person who could afford to fly to Australia to mow my yard. Josh, I'll fly to Australia to mow your yard for $5,000. She's mowing other people's. With that kind of money, I'd rather be an oil baron. There you go. $5,000? Yeah, is that how much it takes to fly out there? I have airline miles. We're all collected pop bottles. I'm telling you, watch movies. I can't do it on YouTube is the problem. Anyone was paid to see that happen? Hold on, let me fly to my airport. What's a close? Is Sydney close to you? Is that an airport? Melbourne? Ugh. Or Melbourne? Hold on. I put the wrong thing in now, so. Every reaction channel is a few. Dude, we are basically a borderline reactions channel at this point. Melbourne, Florida. No. Okay, so it would cost me. Oh God. No, I can still do it for $5,000, but I would have to fly to Istanbul. No, wait. Nope. I found some. Oh, no. Here we go. Okay. I could totally do this. So I fly Spirit Airlines to LAX and LAX to Nadi, and then to Melbourne. So it's 2 stops, naturally. So I fly 2:59 p.m. to 12 p.m. 2 days later. So that takes a while. Yeah, it's a 2-day trip. And then the fly back would be the same thing the other way around. Yeah, I could do that. We all started working at McDonald's. They started 15 an hour. I know, right? That was the plan all along? What, to become a reaction channel? It's a movie you couldn't live stream, yo? Yeah, I know. You get a free accommodation? I know, right? Very niche in the reaction? I know. Well, it is funny too, because most of streaming right now is just reaction content. But like, to be fair, I take it in because it's basically how I get my news now. D20's workout. You lose a day getting here, but gain a day on your way back. Yay. I've always said, since I started this channel, that I believe the board game industry is just 5 years behind the video game, 10 years behind the video game industry. And that was like 3 or 4 years ago. So 3-4 years from now, reaction drama type stuff is going to be normal for the board game industry, I think. I think we're going to keep seeing it change. I was always amused when I visit the US and I ride around the same time I left Australia. That is cool. The problem with the board game industry is there's no, or challenge I should say, is that there's no real like fun things to react to. Watching this whole pirate software thing, it's fascinating. Dude, he's such a roach. I can't stand the guy. I stopped trusting that. So that pirate software became famous because, he's really, really good at shorts. He's really, really good at is this a stop killing games thing? Yeah. He's really, really good at shorts. So I started watching him then because I was like, okay, let me see his content. And the day he admitted that he doesn't shower for at least 3 days was the day I realized I don't want to ever respect like this person. Dude, he's terrible. Stop killing games is just like, there's some issues with it, but yeah. Nothing to bring in the populace in board games. Yeah. I feel like the board game industry wants to stay niche though. Like the publishers don't, obviously, but board game people are very, very good at like keeping others away, unfortunately. Unless you're doing a tutorial and rules video. Yeah. Like it's just, it's a really weird spot. Like the board game content creation space. It's very, what's the best way to phrase it? It's very like you have to respect the old guard, right? You can't talk bad about anyone about the old guard and whatever. Like you can't say anything bad about like Dice Tower or Rodney or shove and sit down. Like if you do, you're just being annoying or whatever. And like if you step out of line with like any of your opinions, like just the general populace of the board game space is just like, nope, they're wrong. Like if I sit there and say, what's Dice Tower and then the others. Like, give me a second to think of the game. Dangerfield? No. Rodney from I can't even think of his name. Rodney Smith from this tutorial video thing. what is it? That game that Shut Up and Sit Down loves and they made popular? Concordia. There we go. Like Concordia, like I don't think Concordia is a good game. Like I think it's fine, but it's not amazing. And like I remember like anyone puts that opinion on Reddit or anywhere, like the entire industry acts like they just like killed their firstborn child. It's ridiculous. So this industry really hates like anyone stepping out of line to like not agree with some of the big channels. Like it's really, really weird. It's called Dangerfield. Such a great name for a footy. That's amazing. Yeah, it's just a weird industry. And they always talk about how they want to expand and be more welcoming to people, but they really don't. They really don't. This board gamers online love to be exclusionary. I've heard some horrible things about Watch It Played. It's a weird channel. I just don't like Euros in general. Yeah. I don't mind some of them, but yeah. And what's funny too is like the people that I think that are doing interesting things are actually, like I think one of the best things that's going on right now, and I'll show it to you, because if you're ever really bored, so this is Tim Chuan. Not to offend, that's all I will say. Tim has started a whole like vlog series, and I'm happy to see somebody taking a risk on this and doing this. But Tim is a really great, great in the cinematography. Like, I mean, he's just incredibly good overall. Wait, that's his dad. So this is just like him getting like a board game table and whatnot. Like, here we go. But very talented, like knows what he's doing type stuff. But he's basically doing like a whole series of stuff. And he does board game commercials basically for people. But yeah, so he does a whole vlog. And like, he's one of the few people to like step out and try something new and different. And I definitely highly recommend like watching his videos and stuff because they're really kind of fascinating and whatnot. I'm trying to think if, is this like one of his videos where I don't want to play the sound, but just like you can see like his camera styles, like it's very well done. He knows what he's doing and he's incredibly good. Hey Laura, how's it going? Start watching his videos. He uses the gimbal you did? Yeah. Hey, there's Bonzinator. Good to see her. But yeah, he's incredibly talented. Knows what he's doing with, like, I think he's first and foremost a videographer and photographer. But yeah. Definitely watch his stuff. And it's cool to see that like somebody in the space who's a big channel, because he is 37K, is finally like doing stuff. You know what I mean? It's like doing something different versus, oh, I don't know. Like the same thing. Okay. I feel like most board game YouTube these days is paid advertising. There's little genuine criticism or content. Fact check true. The problem, in my opinion, with the board game social space is it's bought and paid, so no true opinions. Fact check true. Yep. Agree 100%. I think their stuff has gotten really samey over this time too. Especially since Quinn left. But yeah, it's the same videos. It's the same videos all the time. So I really, like I said with Tim, like I'm really happy he's taking the risk and doing it. And it seems to be doing pretty well for him, which is really cool to see. I mean, like, it definitely gets less views than some of his other stuff, but it's definitely doing solid. I have played almost every Vital Lacerda game. That's awesome. I really like the Gallerist because it's the most accessible one, I think, but it's really good. Quinn's Quest talking about RPGs, yeah. Watch Rob's gaming table just because of all the complaining he does. Dude, I haven't watched Rob in forever. I do enjoy his content though. Man, he's still at like 21K. Talk about a guy that should be so much bigger than he is. So much bigger. It's actually silly. God, okay. It's just like, this makes me sad. So like Rob's gaming table, he averages in the last 30 days 0 subscribers. Like he just gets none because he doesn't make videos. He just does live streams. Like he's so much better than that. He's so much better than that. Quinn's Christmas special where he comes out of the box to start the video and then goes, then going to bed in said box was pretty fun. I don't say it. I'll be honest, I don't watch much of their stuff. They're just not for me. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else really in the space that's doing anything interesting. Rob might as well be blackballed. Yeah, he needs to do actual videos because the live streams don't search well. Like it's really rare that live streams search well. But like I mean, like, and Board Game Co is like a huge channel now. Alex seems like a really nice guy. Met him once. Very nice person the time I met him. Like he comes out with some interesting talking things, which are fine, but a lot of it's just like, again, reviews, previews, whatever. Get paid for this, get paid for that. Get Meg on here, do a playthrough or whatever. So, it's kind of died down. What has died down? My channel. My channel's basically dead. Sorry, I have to look at some. But yeah. Oh well. Quackalope turned off a lot of people to the space with all the drama. Did he? I mean, people tuned in. People tuned in. I will say that about Quackalope. I think the biggest issue with Quackalope is that he just didn't own up to his mistakes. I think if he would have just said, look, it looked bad, and it looked bad because I worded it poorly, I timed it poorly, everything about it was poor. What I was trying to do was this, but I recognize how bad that looks. That's not what I meant it to look like. I'm incredibly sorry for the perception of this. I'm incredibly sorry to the company, to putting him in this weird situation. Like, my bad. That's all he had to do. But like every time he came out with a new video in that drama, it was some of his most watched content. So I think people do enjoy watching that stuff because inherently people like dramas. They like the drama to it. They like viewing. They could say they don't like it, but they do. The board game craze, yeah, it's in a weird spot now, I think. But I kind of feel like early Shut Up and Sit Down was the peak of different board game content. It peaked, yeah. They did something unique and different and interesting. It's like Paula Deming, right? I think Paula is another perfect example. Paula is phenomenal at what she does because nobody else can do it like her, right? And nobody else has tried to do it like her. So I think if you got more people in that space trying new things, it could be really interesting, but no one wants to. You know what I mean? Tom had a thing, but it started to drift off when Sam left. It was peak when Sam, Tom, and Z were doing their list. That was like peak content. And after Sam left, it was never quite the same. Also, he was a loudmouth compared to most, so an amplified bat. Yeah, same. I agree with you. Yeah. I did feel like about 10 years ago, the board game craze was going strong with every month a huge, exciting Kickstarter. I mean, when was Gloomhaven? Gloomhaven was like the start of something new, it felt like. It really makes you wonder. The problem, okay. No, I don't want to get into it. Never mind. But I do agree that was kind of peak around those times. I do agree. It'll be one of those interesting things to see how board game channels move going forward. I really don't know. I don't even know anyone that's gotten crazy that's like grown. I mean, I feel like the last big one to grow was oh, who's the two Canadians? They're funny. They're good at what they do. Foster the Meeple. Yeah, Beast Now, Foster the Meeple. Key and Peele. It became corporate, y'all. Yeah, there's a lot of things wrong with it. Foster the Meeple, I feel like it was the last like breakout success. Actually, their stuff is their number. Have their numbers slowed down? Foster the Meeple. There we go. Yeah, wow. Foster the Meeple is not growing like they used to. They're averaging like 10 subs a day. Which, like, I feel like this website isn't as good as it used to be. Actually, hold on. Let me find the other one. Play a Drax deck and defeat Dragon on turn 3. Dude, let's go. Were you doing protection still? Oh, view stats. That's what I'm looking for. I want to see if this website is better. Subscribers. Yeah, so this is 1 year. They went up 5K in a year. Yeah, I thought they were doing more than that. And there's no like, not throwing shade at them. I thought they were like growing at a faster clip, which is interesting. Ooh, aggression, nice. It's awesome. You can see how slow D20 is growing. Because if I'm gonna poke on other channels, I gotta do it to myself, right? It's only fair. Look at the 1 month that made D20. Right there. No. So yeah, I see I'm only averaging 3 a day. I'm absolutely terrible. I've fallen off. Okay, it also says I only have 40 subs, but that's wrong. I'll show you all, chat. I'll show you what it really is. See, it was 130, so they don't know what they're talking about. It's hard for companies to care a ton when some of the biggest sellers are sold at Walmart and Target. You don't need advertising for that. Yeah, it's fair. They announced recently that they're doing Open and Cafe, and ever since that, I feel like their content slowed down a ton. Yeah, Lord, like, okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't they just do a whole Kickstarter about how they're going to be doing so much more content? Like, wasn't that their Kickstarter? And all of a sudden they're doing a board game cafe? Like, it feels really weird. All right, 2024 campaign. For new equipment, yeah. So like they literally did this whole thing for their goals are for new equipment, a larger filming space, and much needed studio upgrades to get everything that we're looking for to give us to what we need for better quality content. We'll also do our best to attend lots of events and conventions in order to spend time with our community, which is fine. Yeah. And we'll spend the additional funds will go for travel to conventions, and all that stuff. And like, it felt like so weird because I remember this happening, and then I remember the game studio or the cafe happening, and like it felt weird. Like it just felt like really weird. Kickstarter was for the studio, which they opened. Now onto the cafe again. Like, and they built like a whole expansion of their house, like based off of it too. Oh yeah. Here it is, right? Like, so this is their normal game room, and it's doing like this whole other thing, which like their working offices. Like, it. Again, I don't know them. I'm sure they're very nice people. It just felt weird. Like it felt really weird. Like it'd just be really weird if like I did this whole Kickstarter for D20 Woodworking, and I said, hey, support me so that I can stream Marvel Champions every single night, right? I'm going to do every single night for you all. It's going to be amazing. And then you support me and I raise, I don't know, let's just say $35,000 Canadian, whatever that is in American money. And then I go, oh, guys, you're great. All right, I do it for like 3 weeks, and then I just start playing video games. Like, it just feels weird to me. Chris, the crowdfunding has its own issues by being legit FOMO because it's such a struggle for things to stay in stock for small board game companies. Yeah. Prime example is Primal. Creators have said that they don't care much to make a cheaper product. It would cost them too much to redesign, so what's the point? Yeah. I do think we're watching the end of Kickstarter. The end of Kickstarter games. Like, I really do. I believe board gaming is still a very niche hobby. Lots of people have played board games, but as a hobby, it's very niche. Yes. No, I agree. It shouldn't be. I mean, we have had several times Mr. Beast talk about how he loves to play Dune. We had Markiplier talk about how much he loves Nemesis and how much he plays it. And he's talked about it on his channel. And he's talked about it in interviews. And so has Mr. Beast. And it's like, people know of these things because literally the largest creators in the world have talked about it. But I don't know these board game companies, because they're not marketers, don't know to reach out to Markiplier, to reach out to Mr. Beast and be like, hey, like Mr. Beast is always talking about he's willing to do like any interviews. Get him to talk about board games. Get Markiplier to. Like, they will help. Especially if you do a donation to some charity in their name or something like that, or for that charity they care about or whatever. But like, because again, this industry doesn't have marketing people, so they don't know how to market. It's people who are very passionate and very good at making board games who try their hand at marketing, and they just don't want to go outside like their little like bubble. It's just too much things. Yeah, I feel like the wanting 100 minis and wanting like 15 expansions and all that stuff. Like, I feel like that Kickstarter craze has like kind of died. People want the smaller boxes and stuff now. Direwolf has held tournaments for Doom with Mr. Beast. Yeah. And like, it was a press release sent to Board Game Wire. Like, I follow Direwolf, right? I get their emails. I didn't get an email about it, or like, I actually, it's not true. I think I got one email about it, about how Mr. Beast won the tournament and won like 10 grand. Like, that, what? Are you kidding me? Like, you should have had so many YouTube videos. You should have had so many social media posts with him. You should have had all the things. You should have talked to Mr. Beast about doing something together about it. But they didn't, because they don't know how to, like, again, these companies don't know how social media works. And again, it's not a knock on them. It's just not their skill set. Good points. The industry sucks. They're not good. They're really not good. And again, like, agreed. I remember that. Yeah. It's crazy to me. And I'm okay. So I'm friendly with some board game designers that are not Marvel Champions related outside of it. And what they are being told by industry veterans of how to do marketing is insane. Okay. So just to lay it all out here so you can know for a second, the rough way of how board game marketing works currently is that basically you go down two routes, and you should try to do both, but if you can't afford it, you just do one or the other. After you do your game, right? You made your game, not make it, but like you made your prototype of your game and you play tested and all this stuff and whatever. All those fun things. What you do then is you hire influencers, right? Which is basically just like wherever the biggest content creators are on the space. You hire them, you pay them several thousands of dollars constantly, so they make some videos for you and all that fun stuff. And even the not as high end tier costs thousands of dollars. And you have them and you do whatever. Then you run, no joke, about $5,000 to $15,000 of meta ads. This is the strategy that's being promoted to like up and coming designers and developers and publishers. $5,000 to $15,000 of meta ads, and you call it a day. That's it. That's all they're being told to do. That's the strategy. So if you're already spending 20 grand in the hole for marketing on meta ads and a YouTube video, you're doing it wrong. Like, you should have your own in-house market. For 20 grand, you can hire an intern who's probably not bad and do better than that. The industry is so full of activists as well. The amount of board game companies that have stopped using X is astounding. Activism isn't good for sales and reaching a broader audience. I will say, as the great Michael Jordan once said, Republicans buy sneakers too. And this board game industry would be smart to remember that 50% of this country leans one way and 50% of the country leans a different way. And you shouldn't chop off 50% of your potential buyers. It's not good for business. And there are publishers that actively do that, which is a real shame. This is a real shame for an industry that likes to claim that they're very full, that they want everyone and anyone at their table. That is not true the vast majority of the time. Bitewing has done a pretty good job of marketing, but they're an outlier. And that's the crazy thing, Sam. Like, the vast majority of the time, it's outliers, not the usual, right? If that makes sense. Which is such a shame. But yeah, so that's the board game strategy of marketing. And it's just like, and again, if the person's not on Instagram or Facebook, then you're not reaching that audience, which I know like everyone, quote unquote, is on Instagram and Facebook. But the thing is too, like, I read books. I like books. You know what I don't get ads of? Books. So like, it's not, that marketing dollar is not going to a wider audience. I search for books all the time. I like to collect really pretty editions of Lord of the Rings. I think they're cool, right? I like the new Dune editions with the sprayed edges. I think they're really cool. I think all that stuff is really neat. But I don't get ads for books, even though I search that stuff all the time, because that's not what Meta thinks I want the most. So you're not even getting a wider audience. You're just getting the normal audience. That's why you see McMahon tries best to leave activism out of WWE. He knows who pays for the tickets 50-50. Yeah. Amazing person and actually understands my nerd stuff, and we joke about it. We just don't talk about politics. Yeah. That's the thing. You don't have to agree with people on their politics. You really don't. Just be human beings. You remember when I was a kid, they always talked about how like you don't talk about religion or politics. And man, like, it's nice that we have open conversations on things now, but I really wonder sometimes if it is. Like, maybe we were better off just going back to the old standard of the 90s of like, hey, we just don't talk about religion and politics and just move on. You know? Maybe we were on to something back then. Oh no, dude. Oh no. Not in the 80s, nobody cared. Yeah, there used to be a time when you didn't talk about religion, politics. Yeah. Yeah. To quote Divine, kill everyone now, condone first degree murder. nobody cared about politics. Yeah, it's like a thing you kind of talked about, whatever, and you disagree with some people and you moved on with your life. That's all. But I remember, let me do a full circle back. When I was talking to my grandmother before she passed away, and politics was really, it became too much of the norm to share your deepest, darkest secrets on socials. That's also very true. Growing up, you would see Reagan signs in one yard and Dukakis in the other, and people didn't hate each other over it. Yeah. So I was talking to my grandmother when, before she passed away. So this would have been like 2017, 18, right? When the country was pretty divided on politics. All right. I mean, it still is, but especially at that time, it's pretty divided. And I remember talking to my grandmother because I love politics. I really do. I love it. I love the game. I love it for what it is. I recognize what it is, and I just love it in general. So I remember talking to my grandmother about this, and I was like, man, like, grandma, like, you're 80 some years old. You've lived through a lot. Like, isn't this the most like fraught time we've had in American history? Like in her recent memory, obviously it's been worse in the past. And isn't this like a really, really bad time for American history? Can you remember ever being this bad? And she laughed and she's like, you should have been around the 70s. She's like, it was worse. People are like bombing each other and stuff. She's like, we haven't gotten that bad. And that's always kind of stuck with me. And I like to think that like, that's true. And she always told me like, we made it through the 70s. We'll make through whatever this is. Like, and maybe we will, maybe we won't, but it's just a nice feeling that like have somebody that is older, it's been around longer, go like, nah, we've done that. Been there, done that, got through it, quite all right. Here's the hoping, right? Prepare for imminent nuclear Armageddon. I know, right? Power of the consumer is way more powerful back then. Yeah, that's true. That's true. They were teaching the kids, hide it under your desk and you'll be able to survive a nuclear fallout. We made it through the 60s. Yeah, I know she didn't like the 60s either. She didn't like the 60s or the 70s. So it was a rough time. So yeah, it's go through her own thing. And heck, maybe when my son's older, he'll read about the history books of when I was younger and be like, was it really like that? I'm like, yeah, it was. People fanboy way too much and ignore the obvious abuses of the big companies with no consumer problems. Yeah. You ate actual meat and talked about politics. Your son in 30 years? Exactly. I mean, heck, just think, you know what's crazy, and I think about this every now and again, is that when I become old and whatever, that my son's going to be like, ugh, or not my son, my grandson, hopefully, or grandson, granddaughter, whomever. Hopefully they exist. And they'll be like, ugh, Grandpa D20, he's so backwards. Can you believe that they used to, whatever we used to do? Ugh, it's terrible. And at least we'll have that going for us. All right, chat. It's 12:30. I appreciate you all. Wednesday we'll be live again. I think we're gonna do legendary then. So by the day grandma would get mad at pricing issues at the store, she'd never go back there again. Grandma knew. Your son to be disgusted by your streams and videos. Oh my god, he's gonna hate me. I can't wait. Have a good one. I will see you all Wednesday. We're going to play some Marvel Legendary on Wednesday, so hopefully you're excited for that. And then Friday, I don't know, whatever novels that we're going to do. But I appreciate you all being here. Thanks for hanging out. And I will see you all next time. Take care, everyone.